Hi, my name's Rosemary Emanuel, and I'm actually from a tiny little college outside of Cleveland, Ohio, called Ursuline College. And I'm chair of the business department, but I'm also a member of the math department. So I'm going to really try to keep the math to a minimum here. So don't worry about that. No calculus today. Okay, so I'm actually a labor economist. And so there's Dennis. Maybe I'll let Dennis. Hey there, Dennis. No?
His microphone's off.
His mic, oh, there. Now it's on. Okay, you want to take over?
Yeah, that was embarrassing. I accidentally pressed the leave meeting button. It was next to the other button that I was trying to press. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I think most of us know each other, but many of you know Rosemary. But for the record, I'm going to give her a formal introduction. She is a professor in the departments of business and mathematics at Ursuline College here in the Cleveland area. And her doctoral work was at Boston College, where her thesis was on the demand for volunteer labor. And so she's had a long standing interest in nonprofit labor economics. And I think that's interesting because there just aren't that many labor economists that have done work in the nonprofit sector. I think it's a very important area, and pleased that she's continued to be interested in this and has joined us in this program. She is also co-author, and we put a little plug on a textbook that some of you may be familiar with, Economics for Nonprofit Managers and Social Entrepreneurs. Original version of that was Economics just for Nonprofit Managers before Social Entrepreneurs became fashionable. And I have Rosemary to thank, because that original book that Rich Steinberg and I, went back to 1995, and Rosemary was using it in her classes, and she would call me up every year and say, this needs updating and revision. And we didn't do it until she came forward with her colleague, Walter Simmons, and said, look, we'll help you with this. Let's get this out and get it updated. So that was a lot of fun. We worked very closely together on that. My sense, because I've been thinking about this for a while, is that human resources is maybe the most challenging area of nonprofit resilience management. I mean, if we think about it, nonprofits are all about people. They are labor intensive, and it just this complicates every issue that one thinks about with respect to resilience, whether it's how do you adjust the workforce in response to crisis situation, or how do you expand quickly if you're in an area that needs to respond to the new needs that are created by a crisis, and all with kind of maintaining the integrity and addressing the mission of the organization, but also caring for your workforce long term, so that they are resilient and you have a resilient organization in the long run when a crisis comes along. So we appreciate Rosemary's willingness to sort of take on this topic today, and I'm sure we're going to have some great conversation about it.
Thank you, Dennis. I really appreciate it. And I just want to thank Dennis for a lot. He was actually one of the mentors on the group that funded my dissertation in graduate school. And so I met him, it must have been 1989, probably. I mean, it was a long time ago. So I just appreciate, he's been quite a mentor over the years, and I really appreciate all that he's done. So I guess I'm going to share the screen, and somebody let me know if you can't see what I'm showing, because is everybody seeing that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so this is just let me get this out of the way.
All right, so the next thing to do would be to run the PowerPoint. So that's under slideshow.
Yeah. I'm just gonna click it for each one because some we're gonna have discussions with, and some was probably gonna be more to talk about. So if it's okay, I don't want to run the PowerPoint. I just wanted to click on each one. Is that
Sure.
gonna be okay with you, Stuart?
Sure, sure.
Okay. So this is human resource management and resilience. And I apologize for not making it to the earlier ones. I'm sure that they were really fabulous. And so hopefully we can get some, we can have some good conversations here. So this is me, Department of Business and Math, Chair, Department of Business. And actually, I'll say a little bit more about being Chair, Department of Business later when I talk about something called the Great Resignation, because that's basically how I became chair of the business department. So I'll talk about that later, but I actually started there as a math professor, spent 17 years as a math professor, and then they decided I needed to be in business. So here I am. So first of all, I want to start out with introduce yourselves. And it sounds like a lot of you know each other, but if we could just go through and, you know, introduce yourself, where are you from? What's your role in the organization? How involved are you with human resource management? And in particular, what questions do you bring to the seminar? So let's see. Is there anybody here who's Lyle, are you the one who is introducing yourself for the first time?
Yes, I'm the one that nobody knows.
I stopped myself from saying that, but yeah.
Yeah, so I teach, as I mentioned earlier to the group, a nonprofit human resource strategic management course for the University of Richmond. And I've been teaching the course for 2 semesters. By training, I really come from the public education sector, where I retired after 38 years of service in human resources, teaching, and school administration and central office administration. But for the most part, my work has been in human resources. The chair of the department for the nonprofit studies at the University of Richmond asked me to take this on. So I'm learning as I go, but basing my work primarily off the experiences that I've had in public education primarily.
Great. You know what? Let me just run through these. Jesse, I don't know that I've met you before. Do you want to just say a word or two?
Sure. I'm Jessie Malkin. I'm the program director for the United Jewish Community of the Virginia Peninsula. So because we are a really, really small organization, I wear a lot of different hats and do a lot of different things. Most of my HR is just the staff that I supervise, which is a lot of part-timers who kind of get pulled in from other places, teachers who come from the school district during the school year and then help with summer and youth events on weekends, and college students and that kind of thing. But I'm kind of looking to see how to better our organization as a whole.
So do you know Mark ahead of time?
Yes, I'm part, our JCC is part of the Jewish Community Center Association, and that's how I've gotten to know Mark, and
Okay.
Mark is to his father, so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and so Ricky, do you want to say a word or two?
Sure, I'm happy to. So I'm Ricky Abzug, and I am a professor of management at Ramapo College of New Jersey. And I'm going to apologize ahead of time. I'm only here for a brief time in the morning because I've got some doctor stuff to take care of in the middle of the day, but I'm hoping to also be able to come back in the afternoon, although I'm not sure, and I'm not sure what form that's going to take. But I've been interested in nonprofit human resources for 30 years or so now, but I've actually bizarrely never actually taught a course in it. So I'm curious to see what that will look like. Even though I've written about it, it would be nice to interact with folks who are doing it and see what that's like. Even though we're remote, I'm thinking it's going to be very valuable just to see how to put the material together in a way that makes sense for adult learners.
Right.
Ricky is, you're on in 2 weeks, right? With the next module, am I correct?
Mhm.
talking about
Right.
networks and resilience. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that I've taught about, so that should be an easier lift.
And is that, do folks know Dennis and Stuart? Or,
I don't.
You don't? Okay, then let's have Dennis. Let me just say Dennis is really one of the people who first started applying economics to the nonprofit sector, or at least from, I don't know, would you agree with that, Dennis?
Well, I mean, there have been, in terms of the theory and analysis of the nonprofit sector itself, there have been a lot of very important people at the beginning.
Mhm.
But in terms of actually teaching it to nonprofit students and bringing it into the curriculum of nonprofit management, yeah, I was pretty early on.
Yeah.
in that, and that's been one of my pet areas.
Mhm.
Basically, I'm retired now. I'm emeritus at 2 universities, at Case Western and Georgia State, and I've been involved in nonprofit management research and education for 40 years or so. And just recently, I guess like a lot of other people, you're faced with what's happening in the pandemic, and looking at the impact that that crises have had on nonprofit ability to to deliver their services and even to maintain their organizational integrity. I've gotten really interested in this area of resilience management lately. But I'm just an old academic that's hanging on.
Yeah. And Stuart, do you want to just fill us in a little bit?
Sure, just jotting down a couple notes, but I'm Stuart Mundell. I'm Executive Director of the NCNE and former student of Dennis's and others. I can tell you from practical experience that human resources and human resource management is probably the most sensitive part after salary compensation of an organization. Maybe throw in office geography too, but the fact that organizations, nonprofit organizations are known for having staff people that flex job duties, wear multiple hats. I mean, that's part of the background music for most organizations. And now that the crisis has arisen with the pandemic, the fact that we're talking about resilience and flexing and slack, I think are overdue topics. And I'm just thrilled that you're doing this, Rosemary, and I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Okay, well, thanks. Is everybody introduced themselves who wants to? Okay.
I can wait till later, Rosemary.
Yes, if that's okay, I have a whole bunch of questions for you later that will relate to it. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay, terrific.
Yeah, well, Elizabeth isn't here, but she was our first instructor in this
Right.
In this series, and she's an expert in nonprofit finance and also a former student. I have to say that.
Oh, she is one of your former students.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was her dissertation chair,
Oh, okay.
and then
Great.
we've worked together since then.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so where are we going to go today? So trying to figure out how to, okay. What role, so the questions I want to at least bring up is what roles do human resources play in the operation of nonprofit organizations? What kind of human resources do nonprofit organizations use? And this is where nonprofits become really unique in some ways. They use paid labor, just like the grocery store down the street, but they also use volunteer labor. And there also is this sort of other kind of fuzzy area that they might use, which is where it's volunteer, but maybe you get something from it. For example, the Girl Scouts would earn badges for their work, and we're going to hear a lot more about Girl Scouts later this seminar. And what role do decisions about human resources play in responding to the stress of an organization? For example, there's expandable and contractible workforces. Can you get more people? Can you do the same thing with less? There's flexible compensation and sharing of pay reductions. Those are questions about, if I'm asked to take a cut in pay, well, I really hope that the management does too. There's the issue of redundancy in staffing skill sets and combination of staff positions. So sometimes when somebody retires, they don't refill the position. They ask someone else to take over that role. So these are just some of the things I want to at least touch on. So first of all, what do we mean by human resources? What are human resources? When we talk about it, this is as economic geeks, which is in the end what I am. Labor is a variable input into production. And what that means is if we use more labor, we can expand output. And we can do that. We can hire more workers. There's also some things that isn't so easy to just use more of. For example, it's really hard for me to use a new building because building a new building is a real commitment. But hiring more workers, that's something I can do. People bring various skills and talents to an organization. They bring their education, their experience, their life knowledge. So that's all part of human resources. And the question becomes, how can these skills and talents be put to use to best help the organization? So here's what I would like to have a little discussion about. What kind of human resources does your organization use? And what are the advantages of each type of human resource employed by your organization? So I would like to hear what folks have to say about that. Does anyone have any thoughts about that? What kind of human resources does your organization use? Do you use paid? Do you use volunteers? Do you use maybe something in between? Any thoughts on that?
I could offer this, all of it. Yeah, there's volunteer, there's paid. I think, interestingly enough, when you're out and about in the world and you're developing a project with people in the corporate sector, one thing that they will ask you or tell you is, oh, you've got student labor, or this is a student project. And I found that to be entertaining, but also troubling, because what they're basically requiring is an educational experience, and it's just not the case. Then with board members who sometimes do actual work for the organization, the lines of authority get fuzzy and the expectations are difficult to pin down. So there's a lot of complexity in a nonprofit.
Yes.
And it doesn't go away by itself.
Yeah. Jesse, is your hand up, or are you?
Yeah, at my organization, same thing. We have paid, which is full-time, part-time, and also seasonal employees. And then we also have a great group of volunteers that keep us going.
So does anybody's organization, and I know there's only a few here, but does anyone's organization not use volunteers? I'm curious.
No, I think actually Stuart brought up an interesting point in that there are these variations in what we think about as volunteers. And there are people that just sort of flat out volunteer and they aren't expecting anything from it except the satisfaction of it all. And then there are others that may be compensated in some ways, but basically they're not being paid market value, but they are receiving something for it as well, like an educational experience. Or, I think of docents in a museum, or ushers in a performing arts organization that get to see the performance. And and then there are you mentioned the board members as well, where there's a certain amount of expertise there. but there's also the category of pro bono volunteers, which is an interesting one. I don't think we want to get into that today, but our colleague, the late Jeff Rudney, wrote about that fairly early in the game, where he pointed out that it was a whole different set of challenges managing pro bono volunteers than ordinary volunteers, because you were dealing with those people's employers as well. You know, what did the employer expect by letting their law partner participate in your organization? You know, it was like a three-way. So there's a lot. I guess the basic point is just there's just a lot of subtlety in that whole category that we call volunteers.
And I always come back to the idea of really, why would anybody volunteer when you could write a check and probably have the same effect or maybe better effect? And so it seems to me that all volunteerism has to be at some level impure altruism, in that there's something else in there. If all I care about is helping this organization, me volunteering might not be the best approach. I remember when I lived in Boston, there was this person I knew who used to do volunteer work with halfway houses for children or young people coming out of prison. And he was doing a postdoc at Harvard, at one of the Harvard hospitals. And I'm thinking, you know, he probably isn't his skill set building or renovating buildings so that these kids have a halfway house. But that's what he did. So I keep coming back to, and sorry if you're out there watching this, but I keep coming back to the fact that if you're going to be a volunteer, there's probably some sort of impure altruism in there, but which goes with what Dennis was saying. Let me see. I think we already hit a lot of these. Here's a question. What issues have you faced recently that may be related to human resource management? And in particular, how were they related to COVID or other stressors? And how did you address these issues? Has anyone, yeah, Jesse.
We have a staff member who has their hands in lots of different pots at work, who has been very ill and has had to have a few months leave of absence, and just how to keep going when she was the only one who knew how to do certain things. And she left a manual, but with that manual is still, you know, there are things that you don't think to put in the manual, like you have to push this button, the third one from the left. So it's that was really stressful for us. And we did bring in a lot of volunteers to help in some areas with just answering the phones. But I mean, even just trying to find temp work to just fill that couple-month gap was very stressful.
I see Tracy Nicholson has joined. Do you want to introduce yourself quickly, Tracy? And you're muted. I don't know if you know that. Okay. Okay, anyone else have a thought about stressors, in particular COVID, which is pretty much how this whole program started, that they want to discuss about how that affected their organization?
I just would like to just make a brief comment, because some of the specific questions that you're asking are targeted more toward the students that I teach that are in those organizations, as opposed to the university organization. So I just want to let you know my silence isn't because I don't want to contribute. It's that when you're teaching solely as an adjunct professor in the university level, some of the specifics have more to do with the students' experiences than my direct experiences.
Who are actually in organizations.
Absolutely.
Well, if you have any memories of particular examples from your students that—
Well, that's why I want that's exactly, excuse me, I've cut you off. That's exactly why I wanted to preference anything that I say, but obviously the students that I've had 16 or 21 actually that last spring semester, many of them are pretty well stressed in their organizations, and many of them are leading those organizations because the numbers of volunteers have actually dwindled as a result of COVID. And they are those who are remaining, those that are employed are taking on multiple responsibilities that they didn't have to take on before as a result of the reduction in the number of volunteers. Many of them, the employees are concerned that they are taking on more without any additional income.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're going to talk about something along those lines a little later. But yeah.
Okay.
Any other thoughts about this?
Rosemary, I know I haven't introduced myself formally yet.
Okay, that's okay.
I can wait on that, but like part of my job is to work for an organization that supports Jewish community centers out in the continent, like Jesse, where Jesse works. And you know, the interesting pendulum swift that we've seen through COVID is that in the beginning of COVID, the biggest human resources management issue is how many people are we going to furlough or lay off to stay afloat, because so many of our revenue sources had to be paused if we're not eliminated. And now on this side of the pandemic, assuming it's just two sides, how much wages, I'm not being articulate here, how high do the wages have to go, and what other things do we have to do in order to keep and attract the staff that we need in order to function the way we want to function, given now the pent-up demand that's coming out. So it's like the human resources manager, like how much do we cut? And now it's like, how much can we offer to have what we need, which has just been like such a whiplash for the nonprofits that we've been supporting throughout COVID.
Absolutely.
Going back to what Lyle just said with the lack of volunteers, my organization's a strange one, I think, in that because we have a surplus of volunteers right now. We have more people. I don't know if it's because we have a lot of new retirees in our area who are coming to us and saying, give me something to do. So and as part of our COVID programming shift, we're doing meal deliveries instead of senior meals on site. And I mean, we have a list of people who come every week to drive meals around the city. We have a list of people who were able to fill in when our receptionist took ill, who were able to fill in and were very happy. They didn't really understand how to transfer phone calls, but people are very happy to be on our campus and helping in whatever capacity they can be.
Great. Yeah.
I
Question.
think that Jesse and Mark are talking about a very important aspect of parts of the nonprofit workforce, and that it is, and you sort of alluded to this earlier when you introduced the topic, Rosemary, that a large part of the workforce is pretty elastic. You know, I mean, volunteers can come and go, and you know, even workers that aren't permanent staff but are sort of, you know, working when, you know, on a daily basis or just you know, when they're needed. That's an important dimension for organizations to have in order to fairly easily adjust and respond to you know, to changes in available revenues, as Mark indicated. But it also, you know, alludes to the challenges. That is, you know, if you've got permanent staff and you're faced with further cuts, you know, how do you do that? Because that's the non-elastic part of the workforce, right? I mean, how do you reduce their compensation, or how do you determine layoffs or furloughs? That's you know, that's where a real crunch comes. So all of this is related to the ability of a nonprofit to weather a crisis.
Yeah. Okay, so being an economics geek, why is this not coming up? There we go. Being an economics geek, I really want to get one economics concept across today. And if I'm going to get it across, this is probably really useful. Okay, and that's the idea of thinking at the margin. So if you think of a piece of paper The edge of the paper is called the margin. And so thinking at the margin is really talking about thinking at the edge. So what it's talking about is, if I do one more of something, just a little bit more, hire one more worker, have my paid worker work a little bit more, how does that affect my what I'm doing in my organization? And what's interesting is that a lot of times as you add a little bit more at the margin, you're going to see, at first you're going to see a lot more return. And then eventually, as you keep adding the same amount at the margin, you're going to get less return. So here's some examples. Okay, so you eat one more piece of chocolate cake. And wow, I mean, the idea of chocolate cake sounds fabulous, but that first piece sounds wonderful. The second piece is probably still good. As you continue to eat more and more of the cake, that extra pleasure you take kind of starts to fall. Let's talk about beer on a hot day. And I can talk to you about beer. My students, I talk about water. But as you continue to drink more and more beer on a hot day, how much more you're enjoying it starts to fall. One more hour of sleep when you're very tired versus when you're very well rested. Again, that extra hour at the margin gives a little bit less of a benefit. So the joy of consuming one of these is still positive, or it might still be positive. After a while, the amount by which it increases starts to fall. So I think I lost Ricky, but I think Ricky is the one who gave me the idea of using this to think at the margin. Let's talk about a Zoom call. So on a Zoom call, one person all alone does nothing. Let's see. So you add one person and they can communicate. So we add another person and you have some more conversations that can happen, but it's not such a drastic change as it was when you added that first person. And then how about when we add more people? Add the 10th person, add the 25th person, add the 150th person on a Zoom call. They're still going to bring some benefit, but the benefit is going to be less than it was when I added that second person to the Zoom call. So when we're thinking about thinking on the margin, we need to ask ourselves, what margin? Margin extra what? So in adjusting to changes in the nonprofit service environment, an organization may need to make trade-offs among various goals. So I think nonprofits are almost unique in that there's got to be a few different margins that they're thinking on. And I remember back in graduate school when I had the insight, and I mean, it wasn't much of an insight, but when it finally dawned on me that nonprofits, for all their goal of trying to help people or bring about some social mission, really still had to act like a regular firm, that they couldn't go on forever and ever losing money. So the rules of economics actually applied. So the rules that we were learning about how you set prices, well, even though a nonprofit isn't trying to make money, they can't go on setting prices in a way that an economist would say they can't go on not setting prices in the way an economist would say to do that. So some of the questions, some of the margins that they're working on, and this isn't even social entrepreneur organizations, this is any nonprofit. What's the extra revenue brought in by adding another worker? So a lot of nonprofits charge a fee for their service. What's the extra revenue is of bringing in an extra worker? Extra ability to be equitable in deciding which workers to keep. So there's decisions that are being made. Extra flexibility to add or subtract workers as things change. So flexibility is another margin that they might want to be thinking about. Extra ability to make sure that short-term decisions work in the long run. Again, another margin that they need to think about. So any questions about any of that? Or is there another margin that you folks find yourself operating on? Did I just lose everybody? I'm sort of getting some blank looks.
No, I just wanted to ask you
Oh,
if you could tease this out a little bit more.
Okay,
So the extra ability in a nonprofit setting to produce, it's not the right word, surplus. It's like the next increment of revenue or the next.
okay, yeah.
I mean, I think that's right. And I don't hear that as, so that could be a ratio or a measure that
Mhm.
we adopt, or is that kind of where you're headed with that, or you're thinking?
Okay, I guess what I'm headed here is that in making decisions in the nonprofit sector, there's going to be a bunch of things that a nonprofit manager has to think about. And it's not just how many people do we serve or how much revenue, and I'm going to go with revenue because there still is, like, if you're offering a service and you're charging something for it, that is still revenue. But you're right. I mean, in profit, profit is definitely a better word, or surplus is definitely a better word than profit. So yeah, I would agree the surplus rather than profit, but I think it's still revenue. So I guess what I'm saying is that if you're a nonprofit manager and you're making decisions, especially decisions involving labor force, there's a bunch of different things you have to consider. Does that make any sense? Okay, so that's what I just want to point out. When I'm thinking on the margin, a lot of times when we talk about for-profit firms, we're talking about, well, what's the extra profit or what's the extra revenue from doing this? In a nonprofit sector, there's going to be a whole bunch of different margins that they're thinking on. And part of being a nonprofit manager is balancing them all. Stuart, you had your hand up.
So Rosemary, what you triggered for me was this whole idea that the third parties that fund organizations don't look at it that way. And
Right.
I really appreciate the theory that you're suggesting here about, well, let's go beyond the measures that everybody uses, like your profitability and the numbers, all the counting that we do to prove our efficacy.
Yeah. Mhm.
So
Yeah.
one of the things that I kind of felt when I first heard about the resiliency concept is, well, maybe the people that support organizations and care about the nonprofits could look at different measures for valuing their contribution, their effectiveness. And it seems to me you're pointing to one right here. So I guess I'd wonder if we're talking about marginal benefits declining at some point, is that, is there something we could call that? So if I'm writing a proposal to someone or trying to explain performance, is there a concept there that's saleable? I don't want to take you off your game here. It's just
No, that's fine. If you could write me an email with that
Sure.
question,
Sure.
and let me think about it, and we can maybe there's something that we can pursue on our own.
Right.
And Dennis was also involved in helping me formulate this page. So definitely I want Dennis involved in this too.
Well, I mean, Stuart might be referring to, I mean, I think you had it in there somewhere, decreasing returns to a particular input. You get a certain amount of either revenue or, I mean, I think we could just think in terms of mission impact, adding one worker, but then the next worker might add, less. Because you've already got some capacity. To me, there's a lot of power in this idea of the margin when you're talking about choices that you need to make within the human resource field. So here's two contrasting examples in different directions. One is, suppose you have to cut back in some way. What if you laid off a worker versus finding some other way to reduce your expenses? Which one is going to yield the lower loss in terms of mission achievement. You know, you can sort of look at it kind of one worker at a time. Or
Right.
you could look at, you know, an organization that has to respond to a crisis quickly, like food banks. You know, all of a sudden, a lot of people out there are hungry, and we've got to add capacity. You know, how much do you gain by hiring a volunteer, one more volunteer versus one more paid worker per, you know, per dollar of what it's going to cost you in each direction. So the idea of kind of thinking one unit at a time and finding the right balance as you consider further units of either type is kind of a powerful way of thinking about those decisions.
Can I add an important and complicating factor to that? If you have 10 workers and you lay off one or two, how might that impact the productivity and the emotional investment of the 8 remaining workers?
Yeah.
Right? Is their productivity going to go up because they need to cover and compensate? Is their productivity going to go down because they're feeling people are getting furloughed or laid off? How do you navigate that? So like the existing widgets might be impacted. Their productivity may or may not stay at the same level because people were furloughed, or for that matter, added, right? Does adding another create more work that's unneeded, or does it actually add to productivity?
Yeah. So that's an issue, and that's a measurement problem, and that's really kind of understanding how the work gets by. But what you're interested in is what is that net impact going to be? That might not be a simple question to answer, but that would be the question to ask.
And do we
That's the
want
way you
net?
want to cut.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, no. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
no, that's okay. I mean, you know, is that the way to do it as opposed to reducing on some other margin?
Mhm.
You know,
I guess my question is, do we want net or do we want marginal? Or change? Do we want net? But I mean, I guess, yeah. So, so these are, so has anybody in your organization worked with any of these? I have really run into any of these other margins, and do you have any stories to tell about them? Yeah. Jesse.
I mean, I think the biggest thing that's coming to my mind is with all the volunteers that we've had recently, there's still a decrease in productivity from the professional staff, because we're the ones who have to keep, even though we have a warm body in the chair, doesn't mean that warm body knows how to keep the organization flowing. So while it's great that we have somebody to answer phones and open the door, it's still people coming to us for things that stop our daily tasks from happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another way of thinking about volunteers. In fact, one of our colleagues, Laura Leet, who teaches at the University of Oregon, has written a little bit about that. And you know, there's volunteer work that's pretty independent, and you know, you don't have to sort of worry about how it affects the productivity of paid workers. And then there are volunteers, you know, that require a lot of supervision or a lot of interaction with paid staff, and you have to look at that effect when you're thinking about adding or subtracting those volunteers.
No offense to familial relationships within the workforce, but my father volunteered with us for one morning and I did not invite him back.
I had the same thing when one of my spring breaks, I thought I'd go into my husband's law firm and help him out. And by 11 o'clock, he said, I'll tell you what, I'll take you to lunch and then just go home. So same idea. Yeah. It's like, okay, so I made money through college being a secretary, but things have really changed. And yeah.
Well, if I could, so this is not going where I think you wanted it to, but if there's a cost associated with volunteers.
Yes, absolutely.
And this is another one of those things that I don't think is part of planning that probably should be. And when you have a dilemma like the COVID, And, you know, everyone comes rushing with the fire buckets. That creates more costs and more complexity and more problems. And, you know, I guess what you just, those two examples you just gave are exactly right. It doesn't help.
Yeah.
Well,
So
no, that's an important basic point. I mean, it just summed up in the term volunteers are not free.
yes,
You don't pay them wages, but you pay in other ways. And if you don't pay attention to that, then, you're not going to make the right decisions. And I imagine we can have a nice conversation about this when our guest from the Girl Scouts comes
Yeah.
later on in the program, because they're very experienced in terms of, the ins and outs of managing volunteer forces.
okay, so now I'm gonna talk about a something that I do in my classes. And so what does this have to do with human resources? So let's say we're producing a product, and it can be a service, it can be an actual product or whatever. And just like we were talking a minute ago, as you add more at the margin, the benefit starts to decline. So as you produce a product, the marginal benefit of each new worker is going to decline, much as the proportion of additional conversations that each person brings to a Zoom meetings falls. So this is what I do in my class. Imagine producing a simple product, such as a paper chain that might be used in a holiday decoration. To make the chain, you need people, paper, scissors, and tape. So I have my students come forward, and I have a pile of paper, and I have a scissors and a roll of tape. And what they're supposed to do is cut each sheet of paper into 3 strips, and take each strip and connect the ends with tape, and then link them, just like we have on this link here. And so this is an easy way to measure productivity, because how many extra links does each person bring? And let me see. So I think this next one is pretty much what we already did. To cut this strip of paper into 3, to form 3 strips of paper, connect the ends of the strips of paper, tape the ends together, and interlock the links as you add more. So I have the students have my pile of paper, and I have my tape, and I have my scissors. And I give them 45 seconds for as I add each worker. So first of all, I have the paper and the scissors and the tape sitting up front, and I have no workers. And I sit there for 45 seconds and see how many get produced. And of course, nothing gets produced. So, and then I add a worker, and I see how many of these links get produced. And then I add another worker. And this is pretty much the output that I got the last time I did this, which I admit was pre-COVID, because now I can't do it because, you can't have people next to each other. Number of workers, links produced, and I had 0, nothing's produced. 1, there was 3 links. So the extra links produced were 3. Add another worker, links produced was 5. So the extra work, or the links, so going from 3 to 5, they produced 2 links. The third worker, they produce 6 links, and you have to start all over again when you do this. You have to throw away the other ones, or else this doesn't work. So that third worker produced 1 link. The fourth worker, you're still getting 6, so they didn't produce any. By the time you have 5 workers, and remember, you only have 1 scissor and 1 roll of tape, those 5 workers actually end up producing less than the 4. And so the extra link produced is -1. So these extra links are what we econ geeks call marginal product of labor. So there's some inputs, the scissors and the tape, that are not increased as you add more workers. So why does this happen? We're adding more workers to the same number of tape dispensers and scissors. The tape and scissors are known as fixed inputs, kind of like a building or a machine or some sort of big machine. as there's a set number of them that does not change, while the number of workers are variable inputs because you can add more of them. In fact, in this case, they increase. When you add more of a variable input to a fixed input, the marginal product, here the extra number of links produced, eventually declines. Note that it's possible for workers to get in each other's way, leading to a negative marginal product of labor given the fixed inputs. This happens when there are 5 workers making paper links. And when I do this, I always make sure that I'm the 5th worker, so I can make some snide comment about how I don't have a future doing this, and about how I'm, I must be really unproductive. So I don't want some poor student thinking that. Okay, so what about adding these extra workers? Okay, if you add these extra workers, you're gonna have to pay them. So let's say that each link can be sold for $1. Excuse me. And so I'm going to look at the number of workers and the extra production each worker brings, and I'm going to value that. So when we went from 0 to 1 worker, they produced 3 extra links, and that led to that would be worth $3. The second worker produced 2 extra links, and so that second worker is worth $2. The third worker produced 1 extra link, so that extra worker is worth $1. And the fourth worker didn't produce any extra link, and so they're really not worth anything. So organizations will be willing to pay these workers what the value of the extra output is going to be. So this gives us what we call the demand curve for labor. Now, obviously, in nonprofit organizations, although we sometimes sell services, we're not real. It's not. There's more going on than just what we can sell the service for, right? In a nonprofit organization, you're going to care about the benefit of adding another worker to the community that you're trying to serve. So this gives us our demand for labor. And let's talk about the supply of labor, which why would people work for an organization? Well, a lot of people work for pay, right? And that, I need a job that pays me enough to make my rent and my car payments and put food on the table. Some people work for intrinsic rewards, being part of a cause they believe in, maybe help with career futures, social connections, fun. Yeah, there are days when I wonder, I used to think this was fun. So why would someone not work for an organization? Well, maybe you have other responsibilities. Maybe you don't like the job. Maybe it doesn't pay enough. So if the extra benefit of work is greater than the extra cost or distaste for working, the worker will they will work, and that's called the supply curve of labor. So let's graph this, because economists like to graph things. We're gonna have price on vertical and quantity on horizontal. And I know if you're into math, that doesn't make sense, but this is the way economists have been doing it for like 200 years. So if you were to graph the supply curve of labor, and again, we're talking about paid labor here, as the price goes up, the quantity is going to go up. If you're talking about the demand for labor, remember, as quantity went up, the amount that they produced or the amount extra that they produced went down, and so the amount I was willing to pay them went down. And that was back a few slides. In fact, let me go back to that. That was there. So as quantity of workers goes up, I'm going to be willing to pay them less, because the value of that extra worker declines as more of them get hired. Let's see. And we're going to put this all together, and we're going to have an equilibrium price and quantity. And this is a generic supply and demand curve from economics. But in the labor market, the price is the wage, and the quantity is the number of hours of worker time employed. Let me see. So let's talk about COVID. So first of all, we had, and this goes back to, I think Mark was talking about the this whiplash. So first of all, many people were temporarily forced out of the labor market to keep everybody from transmitting the virus. As things began to recover, many workers didn't return. And in a lot of ways, people began to rethink their relationship to work. Many quit their jobs and some did not return after COVID. So I'm wondering, first of all, this is called the Great Resignation. And I'm wondering if we can talk about where you've run into the Great Resignation in your organizations. Has anyone run into that? You have? Where?
We've
Jesse?
just had some, most of the people who have resigned were extreme part-time teachers who had to stay home because their kids were home.
Mhm.
That's really the only, in our early childhood center. And since then, we've actually made all of our early childhood teachers full-time employees,
Uh-huh.
which has helped with that as well.
So they were part-time to begin with.
Yeah, a lot of the employees who didn't come back were only working like 9 to 12:30
Uh-huh.
days.
So they were working and then they went to another job?
Most of them, to be honest, at this point, were stay-at-home moms.
Okay.
They would come for the morning but with everybody's kids home from school, they needed to be home with their children.
Uh-huh. So it wasn't worth it to them at that point. Uh-huh. So Lyle, did any of your students talk about any of this in their organizations? Oh, I can't hear you. Lyle,
She's
you're
mute.
on mute.
You're muted.
Unmute yourself.
I probably sound better muted.
No.
But yeah, the students did talk quite a bit about, part-time workers that they could have brought back that weren't interested in coming back. I think many of them found better positions actually as a result of the demand across the board. And many of them got full-time positions where they were working part-time with nonprofit organizations.
So did any of them have any particular stories that stand out to you about what was happening in the labor force in their organizations?
Nothing that really stands out to me. It seemed that, as I mentioned earlier, most of the students are either running an organization or in the upper echelon of the nonprofit organization and had to take on multiple additional responsibilities, some of which they've not been trained to do and required a lot of detail work. And as someone said earlier, they didn't know which button to push under certain circumstances. Some were very concerned from a human resource management standpoint of what their liability might have actually have, how it may have increased because they were now doing something that they weren't trained to do. And so those were some of the major issues that really stood out for them.
I heard recently with the COVID tidal wave coming through town of a local hospital that was asking management to start doing things like, paperwork. And there was one, I heard of in one case that there was really an upper management person like washing floors on one floor. So so asking people to do things that you're not trained to do. Yeah.
Right.
Rosemary, there's a couple interesting facets of this. On my last project, I worked with public institutions, businesses, and other nonprofits, and each seemed to have their own dynamic here. And it just seems that the institutions did what you just described, that the work would flow upstream. People that couldn't come in either worked remotely or, the bosses did their work, but they didn't leave. The businesses seem to be the ones that really suffered And the issues that I heard from Greater Cleveland Partnership and from something what used to be called WireNet are that the businesses just couldn't do the work and they forwent the revenue.
And they what the revenue?
Or they had to give up the revenue because they couldn't go out and do house calls, or they couldn't perform their work, or they couldn't produce the widgets, and therefore they just slowed down. The productivity diminished. And then I guess the others of us were private consultants. We just worked independently. It didn't affect us at all. The Zoom tended to be the reason not to quit.
Yeah.
So in terms of your diagrams, Rosemary, what's happening, at least in the short run, is that the supply curve is moving, right? Or it's been disrupted by COVID, right? There's
Yes.
what would it be? Moving moving to the left.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can add I would see, let's see if I can do it. It would probably move to the left.
In other words, right. Because it would take more for people to be able to work than they're willing to put out given the circumstances. And and that was pretty good, real time. And the real question with respect to this notion of the great resignation is whether that's temporary, and when things settle down, the supply curve will come back to where it is, or whether this crisis has given people the opportunity to reevaluate, the kind of work they want, and given them a certain cushion to be able to do that, because some of them have been able to, get loans and government loans and so forth. Whether they will, wind up offering the same supply curve as before, or whether it'll be different. And I think we don't know how that's going to come out. And I think further, it's possible that nonprofits could even benefit from this, not because they pay higher wages, but because there are other things about the jobs that people might decide that they want. I don't know. It could go either way. It could go the other way, and people could say, yeah, the passions, as Jesse is saying, absolutely. Or it could go the other way, and people say, I've had this nonprofit job long enough, and it doesn't pay enough, and now I have time to look for something that's more remunerative. So we don't really know. But if it is a great resignation, it's really the question of, is that what's really happening in the long run? Or is this just a temporary, disruption that's caused by a pandemic that will eventually settle down? It's a very interesting question. Nobody knows the answers to it, and I've seen people write on both sides of the issues in the op-eds and the Economist magazine and so forth. Some people are saying this is a permanent thing, and labor is in a different place now than it ever was, and others are saying, don't get too excited. This is just a temporary phenomenon, and the world hasn't changed that much.
Well, one of the explanations for the Great Resignation is that people are reevaluating their relationship to work.
Exactly.
And so some of them are finding jobs that really meet their passion. And if that's the case, I think the nonprofit sector is standing to really benefit from this, because that would be where, if I was looking for something that I really believed in, that would be where I would look.
Yeah.
And so, so maybe this will be, a benefit to the nonprofit sector, that they're going to get a lot more workers than they would have gotten before. On the other hand, just to play around with my graphs here, that might mean that the wage in the nonprofit sector would fall even more. So I don't, I'm not sure, but that would be an interesting question.
Yeah, and as a message, well, when we find out, there's a message there for nonprofit management. I mean, what is it that they put out there to attract workers? You know,
Yeah.
what are people actually looking for? You know, do they need to compete with what's happening in business now as they're slowly raising wages?
Right.
You know, does not the nonprofits have to do that, or can they stay where they are and emphasize the passion side of it and the intangibles?
Well, there was an article that Stuart sent me about the fact that some businesses are starting to feel that they need to offer 4-day-a-week work weeks instead of 5-day-a-week work weeks.
Mhm.
So maybe that's part of this story too.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, let's see if I can find where I was. Okay. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about issues of equality, equity. Did I mean to say equality? Let's leave it at equity.
Equity is good.
Okay, yeah, it is equity because there's two sides to thinking about equity. One of them is horizontal equity, which is where we treat like people the same. So I'm wondering, do you have examples of issues relating to horizontal equity from your organization? And I can jump in here. I know that's, I'm in academia and I know that's always an issue. There's some fields that you can't get somebody to work for you or to teach for you without paying them quite a bit of money because their benefits in the for-profit sector are so high. And then there's some fields that there's so many potential professors out there that you really don't have to pay them much. And so there's this kind of, what do you pay people? I mean, you're all doing pretty much the same job. You all have pretty much the same students. You're all, so why would you pay some workers who are doing pretty much the same job more than other workers? So I know that's a huge issue, at least in my corner of academia, meaning small private colleges. And then there's vertical equity, which is where you treat unlike people differently. So I'm wondering if there's any examples of vertical equity in your, or horizontal equity in issues in your organization. Have you seen any of this? No? Lyle, do you have any secondhand stories to tell from what your students have said?
Not specifically tied to this topic.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
one interesting thing, at least in terms of vertical equity, that distinguishes the nonprofit sector, I think, although I'm not saying that it's necessarily exemplary, is that the ratio between the pay of top management and the pay of workers is substantially lower in the nonprofit sector than it is in the corporate sector.
Mhm.
You know, and obviously big businesses have been criticized for that. The guy at the top makes an enormous amount of money, and then the workers at the bottom are getting almost minimum wage. And that tends not to be as severe an issue in the nonprofit sector, I think, for two reasons. First, I think it would be difficult to pay enormous salaries for a whole variety of reasons to the top person, although there are some pretty good ones. And then the nature of the workers in the nonprofit sector, you know, tend to be a lot of professional work, and not just, you know, making cups of coffee. So, you know, that would be a higher level at the bottom.
So you really can't have this huge stretch in the nonprofit sector is what
I
you're
mean,
saying.
yeah, I mean, I think it's probably still an issue in some nonprofit organizations. You know, I think of Well, think of private universities and think of what they pay the football coach, and think sometimes about what they pay the president, sort of enormous amounts of money, but enormous in relative terms. I mean, even there, compared to what goes on in the corporate sector, it's lower. So I'm not saying that the issue of vertical equity isn't there in the nonprofit sector. It's just not as severe.
Well, going back to my corner of the world, which is small private colleges, one issue of vertical equity that I see is really a problem is the pay for part-time teachers. You pay a person to come in and teach a class, and it can be, they're really paid poorly. And if you compare that to what they would be paid to teach a regular teaching load versus what a full-timer is paid to teach a regular teaching load, there's a huge difference. And I also am wondering, I seem to remember, Dennis, when I first moved to Cleveland, and this is 1990, there was some hoopla about, I'm trying to remember what nonprofit it was that was paying its workers its highest workers really stupendous salaries. And I don't remember what it was. It might have been the Cleveland Clinic. I'm not sure. But, if I'm in the Cleveland Clinic as a patient, I want the person running it to be paid well. So I guess I'm not feeling too bad about that issue of vertical equity there.
Well, let me make two comments if I can. I don't want to monopolize the discussion.
Oh, no.
First of all, you're absolutely right that there are, headline cases of nonprofit executives earning enormous salaries. And the interesting thing about that is that they are headline cases, and it gets a lot of people upset, and it just kind of puts a brake on it. My favorite example of that, because I won't mention her name, but I happen to know that several years ago, the president of Boys and Girls Clubs of America, and she was paid what people thought was the enormous sum of $1 million, which is a lot for the nonprofit sector. But if you sort of look at the productivity that she had in building that organization and the amount of money she came in and she brought in, and the opportunities that she would have in the for-profit sector, it really wasn't. But the point is, nonprofits, it's very hard for them to get away with that, because it raises enormous amount of controversy on the part of people that just feel people running charities just shouldn't be paid that much, period. And they don't look at it the same way. I'm glad you brought up the issue of adjuncts, because when we were talking about positions that are, why do people work and what are the rewards that they get? I was going to ask, Lyle to comment on that, because you're absolutely right. We pay adjunct professors very little. And it's somewhere, I mean, to me, that position is almost on the borderline of paid versus volunteer work.
Yeah.
There are a lot of ancillary satisfactions associated with teaching, and people do that basically for those satisfactions, and hopefully getting paid something. But there's a huge issue there. I agree with you there.
I call it gas money. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's like, well, we'll pay you enough so that you can drive here and teach.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
It is. It is, but it's a big issue in higher education, and probably in other industries, because think about it. I mean, I think universities are losing something, but the long-term trend has been to reduce permanent tenured faculty, reduce the dependence on that, and build out your adjuncts. And it's a trade-off to me between, there may be some quality losses, but you also gain a lot of resilience. I mean, if you don't need an adjunct, you don't hire them for the semester, and you don't pay very much, so that gives the universities a lot of flexibility. I'm not sure that we should condone that, but it's an interesting aspect of the whole thing. How how far should universities go in rebalancing their workforces between adjunct professors and permanent professors?
Mhm.
You could bring it right back to your discussion of the margin.
Right.
What do you gain and net in terms of the, what you have to pay as well to bring in one more tenured professor as opposed to one more adjunct?
Mhm.
And you can hire a lot of adjuncts before you get to the margin where those are both equal in terms of what they're contributing to your organization. So anyway, I'd really like to hear what Lyle has to say about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be happy to share. I think it depends on where the adjunct is in their life. For example, I'm a 38-year retired public educator.
Yeah.
Working in school districts as an assistant superintendent of schools for 38 total years. And so my work with the university is not something that has a lot to do with the money at all. It has more to do with wanting to keep being involved with what I enjoy doing, which is teaching. And so I'm not as dependent on the money as I am for the fulfillment of working with students. I will say this about some of the adjunct professors and to your point about the tenured professors, I do think that many of the adjunct professors, and I can speak specifically of those at Virginia Commonwealth University and the University of Richmond, really do bring experiences from the workplace that are on point, that not only are they teaching the class, but they're talking about the practical day-to-day experiences that they bring to the workplace that many of the tenured professors may have had in the past, but not involved in and up to date on currently. So I think that's a balance. You need both. But from my perspective, it's not as much about the money as what I think I'm offering. And I think a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, but my guess is that quite a few adjunct professors are absolutely not after the gas money, because we know it's not going to be much.
Right.
But on the other hand, I do think universities take advantage of that.
Yes.
That passion that we have also drives the budget in a way that there's not much offered to do the work. So just my perspective.
No, absolutely right. Absolutely. Yeah.
And in terms of the students, it's not always best to have all adjuncts because they don't,
absolutely.
There's no office hours. It's harder to reach them.
Mhm.
And so it's really, but I do think that they bring a lot of passion and current knowledge to the program.
Yeah, I mean, as Lyle said, it's a matter of balance and what that balance is. And you could take that question and take it right back to your discussion of the margins. Do you get equal benefits at the margin? Are you at a place where you've got a combination such that it doesn't matter whether you add a permanent professor or an adjunct professor? If you're there, then you're in the right place. If it's out of balance, then you want to go to the one that, one more that gives you the highest value at the margin.
Okay, let's talk about resilience and equity. I think, so remember we said that equity can be horizontal or vertical. And I think the pandemic highlighted some issues of equity and inequity in the labor force. So for example, I never noticed before, but when they sent us home on March 11th of 2020, I came home and I plugged in my computer and I stopped at Best Buy on the way and I bought a camera and I plugged it in and things didn't change much. But that's not the case for everybody. There was some people who working from home meant they didn't get paid anything. So this is a question of equity. Who can actually work from home and who can't? Who are really essential workers? I saw a woman in a hair salon about a year ago wearing a t-shirt that said not an essential worker because they had sent all the hair salons and stores like that. All those workers went home with no way to support themselves. So who are really essential workers? And in the end, we found out the really essential workers were the people who brought us toilet paper. You know what I mean? So in that scenario, the really essential workers were not necessarily the financial planners and the lawyers. They were people who brought us day-to-day resources so that we could keep living holed up in our homes. The question of equity, who can have flexible schedules? Not everybody can. And so that's a question. Who could choose not to work after the pandemic? So we have a lot of people now who aren't coming back because of the great resignation, but not everybody has that choice. How did the pandemic affect the ability to acquire human capital? My understanding is that community colleges are really hurting right now. So how did the pandemic affect the care of elderly family members? Okay, so can addressing these issues of inequality help keep employees, even if the pay is not as high as in other options for employment? So does anyone have any stories about equity as far as the pandemic goes in their organization? Yeah, Jesse.
One of the things that we had to do as an organization, because we a large part of our staff are female and a lot of us have young kids, we had to create and expand our daycare center to accommodate all of our staff kids. We opened up a J school, like many JCCs and community centers across the country. Ours was very specific due to space and, you know, the keeping very close control over who was in and out and who's part of which group. It was only open to staffed kids and early childhood older siblings. And those 12 kids we then had to beef up other things to be able to provide the ability for them to do virtual school on our campus.
So you were addressing some of the equity issues by offering this childcare center for them.
Yeah, if we didn't have childcare, we weren't going to be able to be back. We were not going to have teachers, and we were not going to have. I mean, our staff could work a little bit more easily from home, but as a lot of you saw a couple weeks ago when I was trying to do class with my 5-year-old at home, it's not easy.
No.
So, I mean, that made a big difference in the functionality of our organization.
To
So
Jesse's point,
okay.
I was just going to speak to Jesse's point in the public schools in the Richmond metropolitan area. Just about all of them had to come up with some plan for daycare to keep teachers, even those that are teaching online, to free them up because of the children responsibilities that they may have for small children. So that was huge in our area in public education.
Bringing that up, another issue of equity that I just remembered is the question of who actually takes care of the children if they're home. And it's usually the mom. And so they're saying that this is the COVID is going to put women's advancement in the paid labor force behind by years, because so many had to give up opportunities to earn skills and to make progress in their careers by staying home with their kids. So that's another aspect.
Exactly. I mean, I know in my family, it has always been, oh, this kid's sick. Well, I make less money, so I'm the one staying home.
Yeah. So if you're a nonprofit worker, you're making less money almost by definition. So this could be a huge hit to nonprofit workers who are already being paid less.
Rosemary, I wonder if kind of to Dennis's point earlier, whether these are permanent or just adaptations that are temporary, how that's going to work its way out into the mainstream. If you're an organization and you're resilient and you adapt and you flex, does that mean that you've changed the structure permanently, or it's just a temporary? And should you plan it to be temporary, especially if you don't know?
I'm not sure, because I think most people realize or are starting to sense right now that some of these changes are pretty good. You know, being able to work from home once in a while and have more of a flexibility. So if I need to take my kid to the doctor, there's a way to do that. Instead of telling your boss like, oh, I'm sick today and I'm not coming in, when it's really your kid who's sick. I didn't do that. Don't anybody. This is recorded. but I mean, instead of kind of finding this roundabout way to make these, to get flexibility, maybe we want to keep the flexibility. Dennis, yeah.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, pre-pandemic, I had only been in this role for a short period of time before I was in a classroom every day. When you're in a class, it's having the flexibility within the role itself has made a big difference.
Yeah.
But it also depends on where you are in your organization to know what kind of flexibility you have. You know, if you are a classroom teacher and you need to be in that room and providing for other parents so that their kids can go, so they can go to work, you don't have as much flexibility.
Right. Dennis, I think you were going to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really basic point because, you know, the pandemic might go away, but what's the next crisis going to be? And having an organization be resilient means that you're prepared for future contingencies, whatever they might be and however they might surprise us. So in the pandemic, you know, people have had to really scoot quickly and improvise and come up with these solutions as fast as they could, but that's not a good situation to be in. What we really want to do is to put organizations in a position where they're prepared to deal with these kinds of things in the future, whatever comes along. And if you can build certain kinds of generic flexibility into your workforce and other aspects of the organization, you're just going to be in a better position next time. So I think the idea here is not just to get over the pandemic and go back to where we were, but to figure out what we've learned from this situation so that we're better prepared in the future.
I have to believe that we are not going to go back to where we were. I mean, I just can't imagine that this whole 2+ years experience by the time we're done is not going to leave us going back to exactly what we were doing before. But I don't know. Yeah, you think it will? Jesse, you
I think in some respects in my organization, some of the changes in resiliency and just the ability to work from home and the ability to do things is definitely here to stay. I don't know pre-pandemic if I would be sitting in my kitchen right now taking a class, if I would probably be sitting in my office trying not to get people to bother me. But it also depends. I think it goes back to the question of where you are in your organization, where you fall on that vertical chart. Because if you are still, you know, the laborer, whether you're through a nonprofit or for an enterprise situation, I mean, if you are still the bottom of that chart, you are still going to be the one who does not have that much flexibility.
Yeah. Which goes back to the question of like, who are really essential workers that we found out in the pandemic. Okay.
Yeah, I think behind that whole thing is the question of how, you know, how should nonprofit organizations take equity into account as they build resilience, or they react to a crisis? And that's a big thing. I mean, you know, when you're faced with the question of who you're going to lay off or whose pay you're going to reduce or how you're going to do that, or, you know, how you're going to adjust in these various ways. You know, are you simply going to be judged by how well you make it through and follow the route that saves you the most money? Or would you really have to take fairness into account as you do that? And my sense is that nonprofits have to be more sensitive to equity than other kinds of organizations, that they have to be viewed as fair and socially responsible organizations. You know, if only because they depend on contributions from the public to support them. You know, and there's lots of other aspects to that as well. So I think this is a critical critical question for nonprofits in terms of how they adhere to principles of equity as they make these very tough decisions. And I've talked to some executives, they feel like, okay, I know of two examples, I won't mention what they are, but I mean, I've been looking around for little case studies, and
Go ahead and tell us.
nonprofits, they need to make tough decisions. I mean, in this pandemic, there have been situations where their budgets have been slashed in half. Okay. And I'm sure in all cases, top management, feels very badly about having to, let people go. The fact that nonprofits are labor intensive means that if you're forced into a situation where you need great cost savings, it means that you're going to have to cut back your workforce. And then the question is, how do you do that? Well, there might be some really efficient ways to do it, like cut back on those that are paid more or something like that, or, just look at the functional side of it. But I think you also have to look at the fairness side. What is fair? And, and are you going to be judged as a fair type of organization? And then, and I'm sure, you guys are going to talk about that later. I know probably Mark will. What does it mean to have a resilient workforce? People have to have high morale. They have to feel that the organization cares about them. And so in the long run, it has to do with, how viable you are as an organization. You've got to take equity into account in order to figure out your resilience strategy. And I think this is one of the things that makes these human resource decisions more complex for nonprofits per se.
I will give a shout out to Ursula here, because when the pandemic hit, at one point, the administration got on to Zoom with us and told us that if there's going to be a pay cut, it's going to come first of all from the administration.
Yeah.
And I was like really impressed, because we're all sitting there thinking, I don't know where this is going. But, they said that they would, before anybody else got pay cuts, it would start with the administration. And I think that was really cool.
Yeah, and I think that approach is probably more common among nonprofits than it has been in the business sector.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it's also a good example of a shift in thinking, away from the glacier of, making everyone suffer in different ways, or changing policy for workers from maybe the skill set then that for the leaders is going to change too. I mean, it just seems to me we're saying that resilience requires a different way of viewing the organization and the resources. And struck by something that Jessie said, that she now goes into the classroom and she didn't before, or she's working from her home, and otherwise it would have been a day off, or maybe not. And that's really a fundamental change in the way a person gets evaluated and how they achieve the hard results that are necessary for outcomes, as well as the soft ones. And it seems to me the way you evaluate a person is going to change too. I just wish I could predict how.
Yeah.
I think the other thing for my organization that it comes from evaluation is how we were all able to function once we were thrown these curveballs. We definitely had some of my colleagues who, one just had a brand new baby, was home with 3 kids and a husband who worked out of state, and just she physically could not. She stayed up all night long. It was frustrating for the other staff members to get emails from her at 11:30, 12 o'clock, 2 a.m. But that was the only time she could function. She just did not sleep because she was home with 3 young kids by herself, trying to perform at a level close to what she was before.
Wow. That's amazing. Okay, I have this discussion thing here that I'm thinking may be all stuff.
Maybe we haven't given people time for a break. at some point.
Oh, okay. I thought I was supposed to go till noon, but do you want to?
Well, I
Oh,
don't
no,
have
this
to-
isn't Mark and Lisa. This is still part of the presentation.
Yeah,
Do you want to take a break? Is that where people are right now? And then we can come back at noon, and I think I told Mark and Lisa to come on about 12:15.
that
Do
would
you
be
want
okay.
to, what do you want to do? Is it time for a break? Everybody wants some lunch? Yeah.
Just a
The
break.
organization's is giving us lunch, of course. So
I can use a break. You could send over lunch if you want, but it's okay.
yeah, I could use a break too. Do we want to take a break and then?
Motion, that sounds like a good idea. Why don't we take a break, and then did you plan the people to come back, the presentation to start at 12:15, you said?
I told them to come on at 12:15. I guess I was thinking more. I have 2 more slides, and this
Oh,
this
okay,
one might not be all that involved.
okay.
Let me just, is it okay if I do these 2 slides and then we'll pick up with the, okay. And then don't worry, the lunch is coming, or time for lunch is coming. Okay, so some aspects of equity in human resource management, responding with resilience. Some ways that this can be done is with expandable and contractible workforces. And we've already sort of mentioned that, and definitely mentioned it in higher ed about how it might make sense to have people hired to teach a particular class rather than hire a full-time worker who teaches, however many classes. There might be flexible compensation and pay reductions if there's going to be compensation changes and pay reductions, maybe if those were flexible. There might be redundancy in staffing skills and combining staff positions. And that's where I promised you I would talk about my experience with the Great Resignation. First of all, I was an innocent little math professor teaching calculus and statistics. And it turned out somebody retired who was in the business department. So they needed a business professor. So they hired me and I moved over to business. And the next thing you know, the chair of the business department and the chair of the MBA program both retired. Well, not retired, one left, one retired. And the next thing you know, I'm still teaching a little bit in the math department, teaching in the business department, running the undergraduate business department, and running the MBA. So there's a kind of another side of equity in terms of the Great Resignation, is who ends up doing those jobs. And I was not happy, but I'm, treading water and getting through. So there's some issues that we might want to think. One of them is diversity. Do we want all of the same kind of professor or same kind of workers doing a particular job? Do we want some sort of seniority benefit? If you've been around a long time, do you get, do we take that into account as we assign jobs? So let me just open that up. I know we're all ready for lunch here, but is there any thoughts, any stories that you can tell about where these equity issues came about in terms of bouncing back from COVID? Nope. No, Dennis.
In terms of the global impacts, I mean, I think we know that the disease itself, and in terms of what people's employment situations were, that there's been an inordinate effect on people of color. There's no question about that.
Yes.
And how exactly that works down to the organizational level. I'm not sure, but certainly if we're looking at who are we defining as essential workers
Mhm.
that have to be out there on the front lines,
Right.
then to me, there's, even if they're going to show up under almost any conditions, to me, there's an equity issue there.
Yeah.
How are they properly compensated relative to, other members of the workforce that can more easily accommodate themselves and protect themselves. And that's a big issue for a lot of nonprofits because it's service production and there's, a lot of folks, right out there on the front lines, especially in the health sector, but elsewhere as well.
Mhm. Especially in the health sector, because they were right on the front lines,
Yeah.
putting themselves in danger every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember when this all first started, them forcing workers in meat packing companies to meat processing. I think it was Tyson's, and were forcing their workers to be out there, even though it was dangerous.
Yeah.
And so who gets to be flexible and who doesn't get to be flexible, I think are issues of equity there. I have one more, another discussion. Okay. So we can go soon, I promise. I mean, I will let you go. So specify one challenge relating to human resource management at your organization that has demanded resilience in the face of economic challenges. How can thinking at the margin help your organization address this challenge? And what might you suggest your organization do to harness the wisdom of thinking at the margin as it faces challenges, especially those brought about by the recent COVID pandemic? Anyone have any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I do think that this issue of how you carry out a reduction in the workforce, it's all about margins. And I mean, you could think about, okay, if we cut back here, if we do this, like there's a pay level margin, if we cut the pay back so that we can meet our lower, revenues coming in. How is that going to manifest itself in terms of expense savings, but also, how are those impacts internally going to be distributed in terms of the fairness among the different groups that have to sort of pay for it. So, I mean, I think you can think about alternative strategies for reducing your payroll, let's say, and ask about the margins as you try each strategy and what it has, how it pays off in terms of actually bringing your finances under control on the one hand and the fairness of it all on the other hand. I mean, the idea, the margin thing is, let's not try to give a global answer. Let's think about how to change the balance of things that we do, or make the right choices, make the right combination of choices. I mean, you can have both layoffs and pay reductions. It's not one or the other. It's a question of what the combination is. And to get to that combination, you can think at the margin. And then you want to think about those marginal impacts, not just on the finances, but on the fairness, if that all makes sense.
Jesse, I see you're muted. Jesse. Yeah.
There is a, and I know that it's one of there is a third option that is not necessarily available to all organizations. We managed to survive the pandemic without having any furloughs, any layoffs at all. To our constituency, we're adamantly against having to lay anybody off. It would have come from our early childhood center, and our parents said, you know what, we do not want these teachers to lose their salaries. We care about them. And many of our families just chose to who are able to continue to pay their tuition for our early childhood center, even though they were not sending kids. And in turn, our early childhood center kept the teachers engaged by doing drive-by home visits and Zoom story hours and, anything that the teachers could come up with to keep engaging with the students and keeping in touch with the families. I mean, but that also depends on the fact, like it works for us because we are a teeny tiny speck in the world of nonprofits. We're a very, very small institution. But like I said, I mean, it could be a viable option for some other organizations.
I like that. I'm really impressed. That's very cool. Okay. I technically have 8 more minutes, but I'm certainly not going to hold anyone hostage. So do you want to come back at 12:30? I will be here at 12:15 to welcome the guests, but if you want to take a break, I'm going to go throw a sandwich together and get some lunch. Stuart.
Rosemary, I think that's brilliant. Let's do it. I just want to point out that we had someone join us right at the tail end of the session, and I communicated with her and asked her to come back and introduce herself then, if that's okay.
Okay, sounds fabulous.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to shut my camera off, and I will see you all later.
Recording. Okay. We're all caught up.
Okay, can you see my, oh no, this is what I want. Guest speakers. Where'd it go? There, okay. So welcome back. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. So we've got 2 speakers here today. Now, tell me, Lisa, if is this Maida or Madia?
It should be Maida, M-A-I-D-A.
Oh, that might be what's wrong. Okay, let me see if I can change it right away.
Oh, it's just saying
Maida.
NCNE. I think, is that right?
Yeah, it's Maida, yes.
Maida, okay. And Mark Young, who's related to somebody else who's around here. He's Dennis Young's son. And so Lisa's going to be telling us about her work with the Girl Scouts of Northeast Ohio. And Mark is going to be talking about his work with the Jewish Community Center, JCC of North America, not just the local Jewish Community Center. So, and Mark has also written a book called Bless Our Workforce. And I don't know why that showed up twice, but it did. And he's going to talk to us a little bit about how his book addresses, let's see, does that work? Nope. Okay. I will fix this before it gets sent out to you. Sorry about that. Okay, so Mark and Lisa, thank you for coming. I really appreciate this, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about human resource management in a time of crisis in the nonprofit sector. So I'm just going to ask you some questions, if that's okay. And I'm sure we're all going to be interested in hearing the answers. First of all, I hope that both of you would introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about your organization and how you came to work for it, and what's your role in the organization. So I don't know which one wants to start.
I can start if you like.
Great.
Yeah, so I'm Lisa Maida. I'm the Human Resources Management Manager at the Girl Scouts of Northeast Ohio. Gosh, I've been in human resources for over 25 years now. I have a bachelor's degree in management with an HR track from Walsh University and also an MBA. I'm also a senior certified human resources professional through the Society for Human Resources Management. I worked in healthcare for many years. I've also worked with entrepreneurial businesses with my husband and my parents. And then also, gosh, I've been with the Girl Scouts now, it'll be 5 years in January. So I started there as the generalist, and during the pandemic, our manager retired. So I took over in the midst of kind of chaos with the pandemic. And I've been the human resources manager for about 1.5 years now. So I think that's pretty much it about me. I've worked in benefits a lot, disability management, compensation. I pretty much do it all at the Girl Scouts. I have 2 people who assist me. I have a part-time person and then a work study person. But we have currently a staff of about 75 full-time people, a few part-time, maybe a handful, 5 part-time people, and then a ton of casual employees that we manage, which can be a challenge at times. So we have about 120 employees total. And then we serve 18 counties in Northeast Ohio. So we are considered a large Girl Scout council. We have currently about 15,000 girl members and about 7,000 or 8,000 adult members. That varies a lot. We had 25,000 before the pandemic. So the pandemic did impact us quite a bit with our membership, and we are working on rebuilding that now. So I think that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, good to see everyone this afternoon. My name is Mark S. Young. I am the youngest of 4 children from Dr. Dennis Young, also on the call. I'll say where I am now and then go backwards a little bit. I'm currently at the JCC Association of North America, which is the umbrella organization that serves the 170 plus Jewish community centers across the continent. And pre-pandemic, Jewish community centers were serving 1.5 million people a week, 2/3 from the Jewish community and 1/3 people of all faiths or no faiths that engage with the Jewish community. So while it is proudly and connectedly part of Jewish life, it is also a community center and a movement that is serving broader society. My job is director of J-Response, which, like most of my jobs in my career, didn't exist until I took it. J-Response was created to train JCC professionals to respond to crisis and then deploy them to JCC communities when a crisis hit. It was inspired by natural disasters, for example, after Hurricane Harvey and Superstorm Sandy. And then it also has responded to social and emotional disasters and human disasters, including acts of violence and anti-Semitism, such as at the Tree of Life synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh in 2018, which wasn't at a JCC, but the JCC community was very connected to that, obviously, and we were there to support the broader community. And then has attempted to respond, and I think fairly well responded during COVID, to support JCC communities and their professionals virtually mostly, and then partially in person as well. What's interesting about J-Response is that it connects to elevating talent, and that has been a key part of my career really since I graduated college and even before that. I heard of human resources from one of Dennis's other children, my older sister Cheryl, who's been in human resources at NBC Universal for 25 years, I want to say, or close. So I got it, and I was just starting college when she was just starting that job. So I was studying human resources at McGill University in Montreal, Canada. And then my first job right out of school was at the biggest Jewish community center and one of the most notable cultural community centers in the country, and certainly in New York, the 92nd Street Y. I was their first ever human resources recruiter, which if you go back to 2003, that was still posting job postings in the New York Times for $1,000 for like a little like blurb. And we were just kind of getting into posting on Idealist and Monster.com and a little more 21st century sophisticated recruitment. It was in human resources and programming for the 92nd Street Y for many years. Also worked at Episcopal Social Services of New York as an assistant director of human resources, and then moved to education and leadership development, primarily for Jewish educators and Jewish community professionals. Worked at a university, the Jewish Theological Seminary. So though I wasn't in the human resources department, was doing very much the developing human resources for a broader field, which brought me to the work of doing that work for a movement at JCC Association. I could talk a little bit about the book I wrote a little bit later as we talk about resilience and human resources during a crisis. So I'll pass it back to Rosemary.
Thank you. Thank you. I think both of you sort of already answered the question. The next question is, how are you involved in human resource management in your organization? I think, did you both answer that, or is there something more that either of you want to add? Okay, so the next question, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think we did both answer that, yeah.
Okay, yeah. What special challenges in human resource management have you noticed since the onset of COVID? and how have you addressed them?
Well, I can start again if that's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, so, well, we do a lot of after-school programming and a lot of programming with children, obviously. So when COVID happened, it was really challenging. We hired, I forget the exact date now, but on a Monday, I think it was in March, the first Monday in March, we hired 5 new people. And then to do after-school programming, and for a lot of our programming stuff, we were in the midst of expanding. And then on Thursday of that week, all the schools shut down.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden we have all these people and nothing for them to do. So we did have some challenges with that. We, as an organization, not just with HR, but as an organization, we had to really refocus how we were going to serve these girls with no in-person resources. So we did a lot of switch to virtual programming. How can we do Zoom programming? How can we do virtual? We were already using Zoom for HR interviews, so that helped. But, and for some things we use Teams, Microsoft Teams a lot as well. So we did a lot of switching over. What can we offer that's not in person? And how can we support these girls at a time when they are isolated and not let them feel so isolated? So that was a big challenge for the whole organization. A number of our casual employees didn't get hours. So we had to kind of shut a lot of that down right away, which was, you know, not what we expected and not what we had hoped for them. But we kept all of our full-time employees, and then our fiscal year starts in October. So over the summer, we made the decision to offer a buyout to our employees. We had about 86 full-time employees at the time. We offered a buyout to everyone, either an early retirement package or an optional buyout. We had about, I think it was 12 employees take us up on that were ready to move on and do something else or retire. And my boss was part of that. So that's how she was, she retired early. She was planning on doing it anyway. And we went down to a full-time staff of, we ended up having to only lay off 2 people after we had a number of buyouts. So that was good. We had restructured 1 department and laid off 2 people. We had to cancel summer camp for that summer. So we did a virtual camps and virtual camp in your living room kind of thing. So that was good for the girls. And then we really just tried to budget and, you know, watch things so that we didn't have to lay off anyone else. And we have not. And we're actually in the process now of rebuilding a little bit, where we've created a couple of new positions this year, 4 new positions. And so we're going to be back up to a full-time staff of 75 once I fill these last couple positions. So, you know, just the way we work, we all worked at home for a time, and we discovered that we could make that work. We have our main office in Macedonia, Ohio, and then we have an office in Youngstown, Lorain, and North Canton. So we have those physical offices. Then we have 3 camps at Camp Ledgewood, Camp Sugarbush, and Camp Timberlane in our 18-county footprint. So we have people physically at all of those places. The camps, as far as the maintenance guys, the camp managers and camp rangers, they were always there. Our shop closed for a time, but then it reopened. And then we had a number of people that just worked at home. And now we're back to a hybrid model where the managers, directors, and above are expected to be in the office at least 3 days a week. And we have the option of working 2 days at home. But we have some employees that are fully remote, and then some employees that do need to be there every day, like the camp people and the shop people. So we've examined every job to see what can be done where and what do we need to have people do. Of course, we developed COVID policies where we have collected, you know, in response to the emergency, the ETS, we started preparing for that. And I had been preparing for that for a long time, collecting people's vaccine cards anyway, to see where we were with vaccines. So I'm very happy to say that we're up to 89% of our regular full-time and part-time staff are vaccinated. And we offered PTO, 4 hours of PTO for anyone that was willing to turn in their vaccine card. And we have a few people that just don't want to get the vaccine. So they have to wear masks. They have to wear masks whenever they're in the presence of others or, indoors in one of our buildings. And we've had a lot of COVID cases, especially recently, amongst most of the people that are not vaccinated have gotten COVID at some point. And we just monitor those. We notify people as we have to, if anybody has been in exposure. And so it's been a lot of adjustments, with COVID. It comes to the forefront and we have to address it, and we all wish it would go away. But it's still here. So we just kind of look at everything. We're a small enough organization that we are able to look at things on a case-by-case basis with a lot of things. So that helps too, I think. So is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
It's so
Okay.
interesting listening to Lisa. I think I can answer that probably on two levels. One, what did JCC Association did and do, which I'm a little bit less involved in, but still very knowledgeable in, and then how did, as an association, support the movement in terms of its human resources challenges. So, our association, I'll be very direct as a participant, like a lot of our revenue comes from dues from our JCCs. And one of the first things we did, because they knew they were going to take a financial hit, is said, for 6 months, you don't need to pay dues, which, very much depleted our financial model and our revenue. We had to draw from reserves, we had to apply for PPP loans, and we laid off 20 to 25% of our staff. So from right then and there, it was 65 to 50. And during that time, and even anticipating those layoffs, we were all cut, I think, starting in April to either 50 or 75% pay. We eventually went back up, but there was a time, I think, from April to this past March that I was not at 100%. I was either at 50 or 75%, or over the summer where I was 80%, but we were off on Fridays. I think they were trying to both value giving us a little bit of slack and giving us time off because it's a very stressful time, and keeping as many of us on board as possible, and knowing that some of the work we could do and some of the work we couldn't do during the early months of the pandemic, and to save money too. Which I think was a stressor for us as staff, and for those of us that have felt really close and valued, we were able to weather that storm. We were also remote, and it wasn't until October of this year, so 18 months, was there a regular return back to the office, which for those that live in New York, we're a continental organization. So some of us live in DC or LA or even Israel. But for those of us that are within commuting distance to our Midtown New York City office, we're in once or twice a week or 3 times a week, depending on our department. So that's how it's been for the association. And we've also been now doing like a voluntary dues process with the JCC. So as some can give, they do. And, quite interestingly, we've never been in a better position in terms of our reputation with our JCCs than now, because we provide so much service to them. They're kind of willing on kind of like a movement transformative basis to give us. But that's kind of beyond human resources. That's more like the financial relationship with your business to business operation. But it's a nice segue to how I think the JCC movement used its perch to support JCCs and their human resources and challenges and efforts, which I think, I know it's something that I've shared with my dad, that is of value and creates resilience for JCCs or for a local agency when they're part of something bigger, when they're part of a movement that can support each other. So I'll very quickly say a few things. One, we immediately started gathering data. We had always been gathering data, but we kind of created these flash surveys where we constantly got information from the field. What's your membership level? What are you doing with your staff? What is every JCC going through? And aggregated that and then shared it back to the field. So then the field can understand from each other how they're navigating reopening, how they're navigating using their staff, how are they navigating layoffs. So it wasn't as much flying blind because you knew what your 170 other partners were doing, even though they're all independent agencies. Two, as a continental organization, we were able to advocate with some success for JCCs to get PPP loans. So I think, if not all, almost like 95% of our JCCs were able to get a refundable or like a forgiven PPP loan, because it was all going to salary, that perhaps individual JCCs wouldn't have been able to get on their own because they didn't have an advocate and an umbrella organization. Part of my direct job as J-Response, we immediately started running resilience seminars. So getting people online, advising them and experientially working with them of how they can, de-stress, how they can, take a breath which we often forget to do the basic things when a crisis hits. And I think that adds value to the human resources, because then they're able to go back to their jobs better and with a little bit more strength. And just gathering them online. I mean, in those early months of the pandemic, it was a welcome respite for folks to go on to Zoom and to be with colleagues from other organizations, just to feel that they were, belonging to something, to feel that they weren't alone when they were physically alone in their rooms, or miss their work because they were dealing with their kids. So just gathering people, I thought, was really helpful. And then also programming sharing. Some of our JCCs, like Jesse's, are really small. They do a wonderful job serving their community, and other JCCs, they didn't have an apparatus to provide virtual programming to their communities within the first few months, but some of them did. And we have a JCC in Toronto that has a whole virtual J platform. So we're able to provide service to our communities when we're able to latch on to other groups, which again is beyond human resources, but also supports the human resources, because then you're able to do more with less, or more through collaboration and kind of harnessing the human resource assets from other organizations in your movement. I'll pause there, but I thought, that was kind of a nice, like, both micro and maybe macro way of addressing your question, Rosemary.
Great. In addition to the COVID pandemic, what other challenges has your organization faced, which has caused it to need to call upon its own resilience? So other than COVID, has anything else really challenged your organization?
I can jump in, because it's been like core to the work that I kind of got into with J Response, and I think I'll speak to it as JCCs and the JCC movement. So anytime there's a natural disaster, a JCC takes a substantial hit, whether it was the New Orleans JCC and with Katrina, or many of the JCCs in New York greater area with Sandy, or Hurricane Harvey in Houston. Which is kind of like the conceptualization of J Response is, how can the movement be supportive of its individual JCC there? But there's a lot of articles that those executive directors have written saying we were able to weather COVID applying the learnings from Harvey, or applying the learnings from Katrina, like knowing to give staff time off so they can deal with their flooded homes. Knowing that we can rely upon partners at Federation or other funders to support our human resources needs, because we're going to need those staff back. Like, I think it's kind of like a giving first mentality. Like, you need more from your staff in a crisis, but as much as you're able to give to them, then you're going to keep them for the longer term. So that's something that we learned. And then from a security point of view, in 2017, you might remember there was a series of bomb threats that were going specifically to the Jewish community, to JCCs. It ended up being, somebody, I think, in another country, some teenager. But it was right at the beginning of the Trump presidency, where there was just a lot of, heightened anxiety, in the country. And JCCs for like weeks were getting these bomb threats. And they had to call upon their staff and call upon each other to kind of figure out how to respond to it. And then we've, since engaged with Secure Community Network and other partners to help us with our security, not only like physical security apparatus, but our security protocols and training on how to navigate staff, so they feel more empowered and knowledgeable to how to navigate those often uncertain, often those crisis type situations.
Interesting.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, for us, I would say some of the challenges facing Girl Scouts as a whole, we're part of the National Girl Scouts, which is GSUSA in Manhattan, is our governing body. There are 112 councils across the nation. And because there are so many options available to children these days, so many activities, so many distractions, Girl Scouts, we've been around for over 100 years now. I think it's I don't want to quote, I think it's 1912. But just making sure that we stay relevant, that we offer experiences for young girls and women who that are relevant and help them develop. We have our bronze, silver, and gold awards, which a lot of people don't know of. And just making sure that right now we're building a STEM center. We're working a lot with STEM programming to make sure that we offer a lot of things for that. So really finding the right staff for some of these positions, people with the right experience, and I didn't mention, I didn't even think of it till Mark said, we also took some pay cuts as well. So anybody over a certain salary level took some pay cuts. With our funding, we were lucky, we were able to reinstate those after just about 6 months. So it wasn't too bad for us in that respect. But as a nonprofit, we generally pay less than a lot of the for-profit sectors. So it's sometimes challenging for us to find the right people with the right experience at the right salary level. And so with that, we leverage our mission a whole lot. People work for the Girl Scouts because they want to be with Girl Scouts, not because they're looking for the big money. So that is a huge thing. Another challenge for us right now is the LGBTQ plus, I don't know if I want to call it a movement, but just the increase that we see in the people being comfortable with those populations and the challenges that it faces us for being a girl-only organization. So we've had a lot of challenges around that. And just, how do we make sure that we are inclusive of everyone that we can be, but still maintaining that we are a female organization? So those have been, I don't know how much we want to get into that today, but that's been a lot of a challenge for us just as an organization. How do we approach it from both a membership standpoint and an HR standpoint? So thanks.
This is off track, but I'm just remembering there's something going on with you guys in the Boy Scouts. Is that true?
Well, yes and no.
Okay.
We are totally separate from the Boy Scouts.
Okay. All right.
The Boy Scouts, we are an organization for girls where girls can feel safe to explore and try and fail. And, there's a certain dynamic when you mix the boys and girls where, the girls are, may not be as comfortable trying and doing different things. So we have maintained our status that we are a girl or only organization. The Boy Scouts has decided to admit girls. So they call themselves Scouts BSA now instead of Boy Scouts. So it's been a challenge as far as, I have a son and a daughter. So I feel that the boys need their own organization that is just for boys, and the girls need their own organization as well. But the Boy Scouts, they've had some financial issues and some other issues. So they have really been hurting in their membership. So I think that's why they decided to admit girls. And so we've had some challenges with, watching that our marketing is not used for Boy Scouts, yeah. So it's been a little bit, but because we focus just on girls and girl programming, we don't have as many challenges. We don't feel that that's hurt our membership a whole lot. But yes, we are not at all tied to the Boy Scouts.
Okay, so
totally
you're not
separate.
merging or anything like that.
No, there's been a lot of rumors and a lot of people think that, but we are not. No.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so what special challenges does your organization face in recruiting and retaining an excellent workforce?
Well, I can jump in again. For us, salary is an issue. But like I said, we leverage our mission. People that are here, we end up having a group, when we hire young college graduates who don't have a lot of experience, a lot of them will stay a year or two and get some experience and move on to something else. We've had people come back, they leave thinking that the grass is greener or whatever in another organization, and they miss the environment. I think we have a great culture and we have excellent benefits. So that's something that we strive definitely to keep on top. But again, we're not always as competitive salary wise. So that can hurt us. And another issue for us is because we are of smaller size, there's not always a clear path of growth for people. So we try to do a lot of job expansion, give people challenges where we can. And every time that someone does leave, we look at that position of, how can we best use that position? Do we need to change things up? Do we need to offer an opportunity for can we open up an opportunity for something else? And we do a lot of promotion within. So that helps us with retention as well. We try to develop our people. So. Thanks.
So first of all, I want to say, Lisa, that my daughter is in Girl Scouts here in New York and she loves it.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
So I'm going to answer just in terms of like the broader workforce. I've looked at mostly in the Jewish community, but also outside a little bit. I think there are 3 or 4 real challenges to recruitment and retention. One, I shouldn't say salary first, because salary is not the one or even number 2 reason why people are motivated, but salary is one of the number 1 or 2 reasons why they're demotivated, right? They're not looking to make $1 million, but if they know that they're being undervalued in the paycheck, that just makes it that much harder for them to stay, even though they love the mission. Like, full stop. So I think these raising of the salaries that's happening, that's like really, really hard for Jewish communities, organizations to meet, and other nonprofits to meet, I think is just a great corrective that needs to have happened, and hopefully will continue to happen. That's my opinion, generally speaking. 2, management. There are wonderful, wonderful people who actually know how to manage in nonprofit agencies, and there are many, many that don't, or many, many that were never trained. So they manage, and I've seen this anecdotally and empirically, there are people that manage their staffs as if they were managing themselves, and they don't necessarily think about, or maybe they try to, but the intentionality might be there, but the action is not, of actually managing the person in front of them, knowing who that person is and what makes them tick. They're more generalist about it, or they were really good at their programming, but they just didn't know how to manage, and they were just thrown into the management. Lack of performance reviews, lack of understanding how to give critical feedback, or positive feedback, lack of understanding of how you grow a staff member. That has not been the norm in a lot of the nonprofit organizations that I've seen and observed, specifically but not exclusively in the Jewish community. Having worked outside the Jewish community too, I've seen the same. And then related to that, a lack of a path for growth. There is an organization that looks specifically within Jewish nonprofits, which is hundreds of nonprofits, if not thousands, called Leading Edge. And they do an annual employee experience survey since 2016. And they have found the vast majority of people that start in our field leave within the first 5 years. And one of the reasons is because there's a lack of growth, right? You start as an entry-level person, you're not making a lot of money. Your manager is not necessarily thinking where you're going to be next, just where you're going to be now. And there's this kind of gap in, the organizational chart. Like, either I'm going to be an entry level, or I'm going to be a center director, or I'm going to be the exec, right? How I grow through that pipeline is not overall kind of strategically thought about and defined. Now that's just changing, right? There's a lot of positive language I can throw into this from the last 5 to 10 years. But historically, if I wanted, and I almost felt this too, like I left for a while, like I want to be here, I'm not getting paid much, my manager doesn't know how to manage me, and there's nowhere for me to go, I'm not going to be retained. And I think people are recruited because they love the mission, or they have a mentor, they want to do this work, but that is only going to take them so far. So that's been challenges, and I think the pandemic has exposed those challenges that much more. People are not willing to accept these unsatisfactory things because they can go elsewhere, because now they can get a job anywhere. I love working for this mission, but if I'm not going to deal with this not great stuff anymore, I'm going to go somewhere else and make more money and be with a manager that knows how to manage me, even though I'm not as attached to the mission, because I can. So that's been more of a global challenge that I've seen.
What particular human resource policies help your organization recruit and retain good workers? And I know this is what you wrote the book about for Mark. So if Mark wants to start out, if that's okay, Lisa, maybe you can fill us in on some of what you learned in your book.
Yeah. I have no idea how to answer this question in a minute or two, so I'm just going to say a couple of things. Some from the
Buy
book.
your book, right?
Yeah. Well,
which I did. It's
sure,
very good.
Thank you. No, sure. That's very kind of you. I think it starts with.
There it is. Dennis is showing us.
Thanks, Dad. This is how it looks now. That he got the pre-version. He got the.
I got the pre-version.
That was before my graphic design person. But I digress. It's interesting. I would start with what are the assets around you that you can offer to your staff that you don't even know are there? So, one of the nice parts about working at the 92nd Street Y, even though, I wasn't paid all that much, is that I got a free gym membership. And I was able to go to any lecture or class that I wanted to for free and bring my friends. That actually kept me there for a long time. What is part of your organization that you're giving to your members, or you're selling to your members or your patrons, that you can provide to your staff either at a deep discount or free? I mean, the return on investment for providing them for free or really cheap is so great considering the cost of turnover. So I think that is an important strategy. I think during the pandemic, as well as, strengthening resilience and keeping your staff, is just being visible with your flexibility, and giving people that time off that they need, mental health days, having job flexibility if you're doing a hybrid work environment, allowing people to choose when they can go in or how they can get their work done, and promoting autonomy. I do write in the book that the more we're able to provide our staff at any level autonomy, a feeling that they're competent and that they belong to something, those are massively huge motivators, and none of that has to do with money, really. So I would say there, and I would say at the most basic level, that people feel heard and seen. And it almost sounds too easy, that if a staff member knows that their manager or their CEO, for example, just talks to them and hears them out, may not be able to promise everything that they need, either in the paycheck or in the specific benefit, but if they just really feel heard and seen, that is a massive resilience builder, I think, for someone's personally. But like, I'll want to stay close. And I've worked at organizations where the CEO, you never saw them unless like you were invited to a special thing, and then they just talked the whole time, versus the CEO or senior suite member that like walks around to the office and has like a real genuine conversation with people. Those are actually massive retention strategies in my book. Not in the book that I wrote, but like in my in my book, the saying. So I can go on and on, but I think those are places that I would start.
Okay, so can you illustrate the challenges your organization faces and addresses, the story or two of how you were successful in addressing it? So like, what kind of particular challenges does your organization face? And do you have a story to tell us about that?
Lisa, do you want to take this one first?
I have a feeling
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I was thinking about what you had said, Mark, and one of the things that we have done, it was funny. I started in January of 2017 with the Girl Scouts. In 2016, we regularly do staff surveys, and we had a merger of councils back in 2007, I believe, where 5 councils in the area came together to form the Girl Scouts of Northeast Ohio. With that merger, there was a lot of upset and chaos and hurt feelings and downsizing of employees and downsizing of camp properties that were dear to people for many, many years. Just a lot of things happened. So they had a CEO at the time that was very, I didn't know her, but from what I hear, she was tough. She had to weather that storm and get everything done. And she was not liked by everyone because of the decision she had to make. My CEO, our current CEO, I believe, came on in 2014. So a couple years before I did. And the mission was to greatly improve the culture, grow the organization. So one of the things that they started doing was more staff surveys and listening to the staff and making changes based on those staff surveys. So in 2016, they had done a bid for top workplaces in the Cleveland area. And just last year, I was able to see that data because they hadn't done it again. It was not done. It was not great results. So in 2021, we did it again in the midst of the pandemic. We decided to look at the top workplaces again and do that survey. Our results over the 5-year period went from a lot of cases in the staff satisfaction from the 30-something percentile up to the 90-some percentile. And the reason for that is that one of the reasons has been that we have done regular surveys, an annual survey and then some pulse surveys. And we have made changes based on employee feedback, and a lot of things have been improved. So we try to, our culture, I think, even in the 5 years that I've been there, Mark spoke of some managers who A lot of people are promoted, they say, to their highest level of incompetence, right? So just because you're good at your job doesn't mean you're a good manager. And when we promote managers, they need to be trained. And a couple of things we've done to help our staff, we've implemented the DISC process. If you've heard of DISC, it's a personality inventory so that we all know how to relate to one another better. And we talk about that a lot. It's not just we did it and it's done. We talk about that in, I'm a high I, or I'm an S, or I'm an SIC. Everybody kind of knows their DISC profile and what they need. And we talk about that in our one-on-ones with our manager of, our best communication styles, how we best learn. We've also implemented Sandler, which is a sales training, really, but we use it as more customer relations training. And we talk about pain points at our monthly meetings. We have what we call a Sandler moment, where we pick one of the Sandler techniques and kind of discuss it. We have a monthly all staff meeting where each department kind of gets to report out what's going on in the organization to all the staff. So we do twice a year, we do an all staff. Well, we used to always do them in person, and it was a fun event. The last couple have been virtual, although we were able to do the one in August in person. And but before that, the last couple were virtual. So we try to take, one of the big things is take the opportunities to celebrate with the staff when they're doing a good job, when we've achieved goals, when things are going well. And that seems to really have improved our culture. So a lot of the people that, have been with us, they don't want to go anywhere. They love the culture, and we continually try to improve. This year we did, as Mark spoke again, we eliminated our lowest salary band and moved everybody up to a minimum. It's still not super high, but but we moved everybody up some as we could afford to, and that is our goal, to move people up. So yeah, we just continually try to look at what we can do to keep up with our mission and be, for me, from an HR standpoint, I believe we are training young women on how to behave in the world, how to be successful in the world, how to get ahead. We're training young leaders. And one of the hidden things with Girl Scouts is that the adults who sign up as troop leaders, they also get a lot of leadership training, a lot of skills. We've greatly grown our online training presence for the troop leaders and other volunteers. And so I believe that as a staff, we need to be the example of how people treat each other. And I talk to everybody that I hire about that. I don't hire anybody that's not 100% on board with our mission. It's very important. So I think it's just an overall culture of caring and understanding and moving forward and having fun. So hopefully did that answer what you were?
Oh, yes, it did. In fact, I'm
Okay.
over here writing down some follow-up
Okay,
questions.
okay, good.
I'm afraid I sent both of you a list of questions, and I'm gonna ask you more, I'm afraid, if that's okay. Yeah.
Fine
Okay.
with me.
Yeah, first of all, I'm just so happy that Girl Scouts has salary bands. There's way too many organizations that I engage with that don't even have public salary bands, and that's hopefully changing. But there's a lack of transparency among salaries in so many of the organizations I'm a part of, or I connect with, which is also a demotivator, right? And also doesn't create a resilient workforce, because they don't even know why their salary is what there is, and whether it's too high or too low, and they have to go find other ways to figure that out, and that helps with, and it hurts with job negotiation and all that stuff. But to answer your direct question, it reminded me of when I was in New Orleans last month. I visited the JCC in New Orleans as kind of a post-Ida recovery, because though Ida, the hurricane from August, September, was not Katrina, it was still a pretty horrible storm. And the worst part about it is that they experienced a pretty serious hurricane on top of COVID. And now we have Omicron. Delta has been surging in Louisiana for months. So that has really hurt their early childhood. It's hurt all their staff, but it's really hurt their early childhood program, because as you said this morning, Rosemary, in so many of our JCCs, if they just had 1 or 2 or 3 more teachers, that would be huge at the margin for them, because they can open more classrooms, and that would be, cash revenue. They don't have the teachers. And they don't have the teachers, not just because they don't get paid enough money, but in talking, and because they have to be called out for COVID, and talking with the senior leaders there, they said they're really stressed. And then when they have a break, they don't really have a break. When they have a break, they go sit in their car. And I'm like, they go sit in their car? They're like, yeah, we don't really have a place for them to be other than their classroom. And like, they can't even sit in other places because of masks and what have you. I was like, well, maybe there's a place where they can go that is a wonderful, like, think a really nice staff lounge, or an outdoor space that's just for them that, actually gives them a space to relax and take a break and not just be in their car, but also sends a message to them that this is a way that we can value you that is really special and a heck of a lot cheaper than another salary that can help them stay there longer, be productive. And I did share with them one vignette in the book when I worked at Jewish summer camp. And, we were expected to work really hard as staff, and, we weren't being paid very well. And our staff lounge was like a room in the back of the dining hall that still smelled like smoke, even though they said no more cigarettes for like 5 years at that point. And the new director came in and had all this money to build new parts of camp, build new cabins, build a new pool that was going to increase, capacity for campers. And the first thing she did with that money was build a really nice staff lounge, because she introduced, and this is something that I think inspired me ever since, the idea of happy staff, happy camper, happy camp, or happy staff, happy patron, or happy student, happy organization. The more we can invest in the staff and say, it's not just the customer is always right, but the staff person really needs to be treated well, then your campers or your students or whoever are going to inevitably be more excited, because no matter what programming you have, they're really attached to the people that put on those programs and services, like the Girl Scouts, like any nonprofit. So that's something that we shared with them, and they're going to try that out because they need other ways to excite people into their organization, and they can't pay that much more. And they're still strangleholded by some of the things that COVID is forcing upon our organizations.
That's good. Okay, so I actually I'm going to leave number 10, what was number 10, till later, because I want to ask, so Lisa, you talked about people need to be trained to be leaders. What kind of education is really required in your organization? For example, if I wanted to be a manager, do I need an MBA? Do I need an undergraduate degree in business? Or can I come in with a different degree and learn how to be a manager?
More and more degrees are required, but they're not 100% everything. We have promoted people without degrees. And it helps if your degree is maybe in nonprofit management or something like that, but it's not, again, it's really more the person and, their aptitude towards leadership, their willingness to learn, and their, we try to recognize that leadership in people and foster the leadership. So taking some of our courses, going through we have a Sandler management training as well. So we have the regular Sandler training as well as the Sandler management training. And then we have a very small budget for tuition reimbursement. So it's not a ton, but the employees that want to use that can take some initiative and go to conferences or take some, courses in management that they're interested in. Like I said, we don't have a huge staff, so it does propose some challenges, but like in our largest department, we have a volunteer support and services department. And we used to have a director, a manager, and 16 what we called community representatives. So over the last couple of years, we've restructured that department to where we've added another manager position and 4 coordinator positions. So people can step from that community management, overall community representative position into perhaps one of the coordinator positions, which gives them more specialization, more training, and more towards kind of the step between that and being a manager and moving up to director. So we have had quite a few people be able to kind of make that leap into the coordinator or manager position as things change. And we don't do a formal, to me, succession planning is always tricky, right? Because you want to keep opportunities open for all and give everybody a chance to do things, but you also always want to have in mind who might be able to step into those roles if somebody retires or would leave. So we try to kind of recognize that talent and give people opportunities to learn and do more as we go. But we have a few positions where a degree is absolutely required, but most of our positions, it's somewhat flexible based on work experience.
Okay. How about you, Mark? What's
Yeah.
required to work for the JCC?
Yeah, I think my shorter answer is to be, in terms of being in a management position, there's no requirements, right?
Okay.
There's certain, I mean, as Jesse knows, a JCC can run dozens of different business units, and there might be a social work component and they're required to have an LM or LCSW. You might be in early childhood and required an early childhood certification. So, or if you're in fitness and wellness, required to do some of that work. But just to be a manager, there are very, very few requirements. But I think there are opportunities to learn, to be in management. And that's one of the core businesses that we do as an association. We'll offer, whether it's an individual webinar, we have a talent management for all series. So anyone can sign on every month and learn a different aspect of management, how to build relationships, how to be a better fundraiser. I mean, some of it is human resource management, some of it's not. But there's those one-offs, we call them, or regular series. And then there's cohort learning. Our field has a ton of cohort learning, both within Jewish Community Center unit, yeah, Jesse's nodding her head, as well as in the broader community, that there's this kind of cachet, I'm in this cohort for a year to learn how to be a better leader and a better manager. And there's none of all those curricula are similar, but not exactly the same. It's a fairly decentralized system within the industry. There's no credentialing like in other fields where you have to get a certain amount of credits to get this manager position, like a PHR or an SPHR that Lisa I think referred to. So there's that question. So there's many that have some management or leadership training, either from within their movement or outside the movement. There's a kind of cultural change happening where more and more people in a management role are invited to or perhaps should get that training, but very rarely is it a requirement. And then there's this broader question from the CEO level on down, or what's actually the managerial competencies that we want them to have, and what is also most valued? Because most board committees, when they hire CEO or C-suite, they're not necessarily looking for the people that are best at human resources management. They're looking for people that can raise money and looking for people that have a vision and good decision making and can align their values, whether it's in a Jewish context or otherwise, to their organization. It is not, do these people know how to manage, or do these people even know how to hire the people that know how to manage? It should be right up there. It's not always. So even if there's requirements, people at the top, board and professional, don't always value that as much as other components of a leadership role.
Okay. So I know Lisa said something about people love our culture. I'm wondering if both of you could talk a little bit about your culture and what do they love about it? What do your workers love about it?
Okay. Do you want to start, Mark?
Yeah, I'll share, maybe start personally, because I think one of the things that we always have to do a better job of doing is, well, I really like my culture, but do my colleagues like the culture? Which I think this is why the surveys and getting the regular feedback is so important, because we internalize and think everyone else, was it primacy bias or something like that? Like everyone else feels the way we feel. So, I know in my organization explicitly, love the fact that there's a lot of collaboration and there's a lot of communication, and that there's a lot of at least attempts to de-silo our work so we're learning more and caring more about each other's work. People don't like it when it's siloed, so I think we like that culture. We like a culture where we have strong relationships with our leadership team. We like a culture where our flexibility is honored, a culture where there's a lot of trust, especially going remote. We were more productive remote than we were in person. And I think that trust, that autonomy, we have a culture of recognition where when anyone gets an anniversary, a work anniversary or a birthday, it's noted, whether it's in an all-staff meeting or they get a little gift from our chief of staff or a note from our CEO. Like, I think those small things go a long way. And I think generally people like that about our culture. And my specific organization is small enough that you can do that. I think I found in the people that I interviewed for the book, culture matters when they feel like they get to put the best part of themselves into their work, whether their manager honors what their interests are and their creativity is. And then that is recognized. even if they're not someone that needs to be in the limelight, right? That it's just recognized by their peers. So I think those are the parts of the culture where people are most gravitated towards. There's one person that I interviewed that talks a lot about collaboration and ending exclusion, that in every organization, or sorry, in every staff meeting, she allows other people to rise up, say what their biggest accomplishment was, and then everybody, screams, "Yay, you're amazing!" And as the CEO, she tries to talk as little as possible, because the more limelight that she takes, the less the other people get to shine, which allows no one to feel excluded or othered. They just feel included. So I think that would rise to the top of the culture list. And I'll say one other thing. One program that we're piloting with 10 of our JCCs is actually called J Culture. Like, a lot of our things are J in culture because of JCC. And we're promoting how we can take what has, been required sexual harassment prevention training and build that out into a culture of understanding what it means to feel psychologically safe in the workplace, understanding what it means to just be respectful and not to promote bullying behavior, even if it's not illegal. That's a culture. This is a place where you're going to feel psychologically safe for who you are. You'll be able to speak out. You'll be able to, understand that people are going to respect you. That, as a human resource strategy, I think is paramount. And I think also speaks to resilience too, because it's one of the reasons why people might stay even when the going gets tough. People are like, I know it's harder here now. I know we have to wear masks. I know I'm not going to be paid as much, but people treat me well here and I feel like I belong here. So I'm going to stay. And that helps the JCC so much in their resilience, because they don't have to find new staff now, which is incredibly hard and now really expensive to do.
That's actually a future question of mine, but thank you. No, that's a good point. So Lisa, what's your thoughts? You're the one who said that people love the culture.
Yeah, I think there's many aspects to culture, right? So one of the cultures that we have at the Girl Scouts, is hard work. I mean, we have a lot to manage. There is always more to do than you have time for, pretty much in any job. So one of the things I coach employees on and talk to candidates about is that we need to have a great work-life balance. We do have a generous amount of time off with the Girl Scouts. As I said, we have excellent benefits. We earn 20 days of PTO our first year. We get 14 paid holidays. It's very generous in the work-life balance that we do. But I always tell people that, you work really hard while you're here, but there's always more to do. And, even some of our directors will say, I have to remind myself it's Girl Scouts. Nobody's going to die if I don't get all this done or whatever. So I do have to sometimes, with a lot of our employees, encourage them that, you need to have your work-life balance. There's a time to shut it down, because, that's the one thing, Mark spoke of many people being more productive at home, but a lot of people don't want to shut it off. They don't know when to shut it down. And there's a time to shut it down and have your personal life. One of the things that we've done from an HR standpoint that I think has, I don't know if it's a huge impact on culture, but it's helped a lot of us, is we've adapted a very robust HRIS system, which is very interactive now, where employees can see everything super easy, one click. They can access all of their records, all of their, paychecks, their time off calendar. Everything is right there, all their benefits information. We just adopted the benefits module, the performance modules in there with the assessments now. They can journal in there. And we have a community page in there, which is kind of like an internal Facebook just for employees. And one of the things that we can do is give each other, they're called impressions, or it's kind of like a shout out. So if somebody helps you with something or goes above and beyond in their job, they can go in there and easily recognize, and it goes into the feed. And then we announce it at our monthly meeting that, all these people, and some months, even with our small staff, I've had 160 of these impressions that I have to announce at the meeting. So it can be, pretty impactful. Another thing that I really think affects culture is when you have those employees that aren't working up to standards. So over the past 5 years, I know since I've been there, we hold people accountable. We hold people accountable for their goals, for what they say they're going to do. And we have let go of some people who did not meet the culture, including some directors, some people as high as the director level who were not managing people well, who were hurting the culture, who were hurting their employees by just not being good managers. And some people, as much as you coach them, you know, we try to get some outside coaching services and things like that. But some people, no matter how much you talk to them or coach them, sometimes they don't get it. Sometimes they're not a good fit for the organization. And sometimes they're causing other people to be discouraged in their work and leave. And by getting rid of, you know, I would almost label those people as toxic, you know, by getting rid of toxic employees who are really damaging things, it helps the overall culture. It makes people feel empowered. And then the people that are doing a really great job feel free to show their best and do their best and really contribute to the organization. You know, one of the things I love about our CEO is if I go to her with an idea and I've thought it out and I have a plan, I would say 95% of the time, she's like, go for it, you know, and as long as it's improving the organization, we highly encourage that progressive thinking. There are times where she says, no, that just won't work, you know, and that's okay too, you know, but we listen to ideas and we try to make improvements. We've made a lot of improvements in technology and processes and how we do things. And sometimes those things are painful, but when we get through them and they're working, it just really helps. I think knowing that one big impact on culture is seeing the progression of the organization and knowing that you're making a difference. So that really helps a lot.
Okay. And let's see, Mark, do you have any thoughts on your organization culture?
No, I mean, I think I answered first, but I just want to.
Oh, you answered first. I'm sorry.
I just want to raise up.
I'm trying to write down notes here.
It's all good. I just want to raise up the idea of not having a culture of mediocrity, which has been a hallmark in too many of the organizations that I've engaged with. It's like, it's just so hard to, I had a CEO tell me recently, I really need to fire this person, but it's just so hard to. And I hear that and I feel that as someone who's had to let people go. And that's hurting all of your other, you know, all your other productivity people, right? Because if that person is not going to, that toxicity is allowed to stay, it contaminates everyone else's ability to do their best work. So I just want to raise that up. Thanks, Lisa.
Okay, so this is actually kind of a question that I have for me, because this is what I'm interested in. So who are your volunteers? And the second question is, what do they cost? And I know the initial knee-jerk reaction is, oh, they're free, but they're not, right? So I'm be curious to know what your thoughts are about that.
Do you want me to start, Mark?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I have an answer, but I think it makes sense for you too. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will tell you, I don't have all the numbers of the exact cost of our volunteers, but we have a staff of 20 people who manage the volunteers. So that indirectly is a cost in the volunteers. But our organization, it's a girl-led organization. It's run by, really, it's the volunteers. And I always tell everybody, we are the support system for the volunteers. None of us would have jobs if there weren't volunteers. So that our sole function is to take the headache out of the management aspect of Girl Scouts so that those volunteers can enjoy the time with their girls, so they can have that bonding and growth experience and do the activity with the girls. So we are really their support. So the whole organization is there. So it's kind of hard to even say that there's a cost to them. But we have volunteers who, everything from troop leaders to helping hands on the troops, to the cookie managers, to we range in service units, which is kind of like a school district, which would include anybody in that school district, as well as the homeschooled kids and the private school kids and the independent Juliettes, we call them, girls that just don't really want to be a troop, but they want to do Girl Scouting stuff. So we also have a number of volunteers who maybe come in the office and help with different things. We have it's a great group of older ladies who are archivists, who have collected Girl Scout memorabilia from the very beginning, who have a museum for the girls to tour and learn about Girl Scout history. So, and then we also have a number of students who want to come through for for educational internships and other experiences once they're, above into the college age, or work study students as well. And I will tell you, that's a huge thing that I've seen with the pandemic is my intern applications have all but disappeared. We are not getting the interns. And I don't know if the schools aren't encouraging the internships at this time, because a lot of internships were required and maybe they're not requiring them. Or if kids aren't willing to work for free right now, because we have a lot of unpaid internships. Unfortunately, we can't afford to pay everybody. But I used to get, maybe 20 marketing internship applications every semester, and it's down to almost nothing. So, but yeah, for us, volunteers are everything. So the organization is theirs. I don't even know how you'd put a cost to that.
Okay.
So at the JCC level, a volunteer can mean a lot of things, right? It can mean a board member who's giving money or giving their time to, run the board of directors or be a part of the board of directors. It could be someone that's just helping out in an event. It could be someone that could be helping with recruitment. So there's volunteers at all level. And I do think, even though I'm going to talk about the costs in a minute, there is tremendous ROI, not just because you're not paying them, but because I think they become an emissary of your organization, and they can lead to more people engaging with the community, whether in a financial way or other added value means. But it does cost a lot. It costs a lot of time. Yeah, I think whether it's managing a donor or managing a volunteer, it costs time to manage that relationship, to let them know that they care, that we care about them, and that we appreciate the value that they provide the organization, whether that's the thank you note or an event and a volunteer appreciation event. I mean, I've worked with volunteers in a lot of ways in the past. There's a lot of investment, a lot of resources that go into it, even if they're not getting paid. And then there's a lot of management, right? volunteers, you're liable for what they do. They're still representing your organization, so you have to train them. I ran a community service program at the 92nd Street Y many years ago that was for 20s and 30s. So we would have these recruitment events, but then we would send them to serve at a soup kitchen or to read books to kids at a homeless shelter. And they're still representing us. So what's the liability? What's the insurance cost? Workers' compensation sometimes still comes into play if they get hurt in your workplace and they're working on behalf of you, even if they're not a W-2 or 1099. And I think the third piece is just the anxiety and the stress of navigating either a difficult volunteer, like a difficult worker, or just trying to, work with that donor to increase their gift. It could lead to ROI, but it could be very taxing on employees, especially going into organizations where donors could be lovely and it's just hard to ask for money, or are not always the nicest people, but you're kind of put in those rooms anyway because they're going to write a nice fat check to your organization. So there's a lot of emotional stress, time, and management, and we wouldn't be anything without them. There is something to be said that if you have someone doing paid work and then for whatever reason you get rid of that person and then you replace them with a volunteer, the messages that sends, I'm not saying that's always the wrong decision, but how does that impact your other paid staff? And then how do you value that work that needs to be done? Sometimes it needs to really be a paid professional, whether it's for quality or for messaging or otherwise, but that's a potential hidden cost too.
Interesting.
I do have one more thing on that note.
Okay, good.
One of our new programs or positions that we've just created, which we have not hired yet, is, we have this volunteer department that manages all of the troop volunteers. As I said, the service unit volunteers and troop volunteers. One of the things that falls under the cracks for us are a lot of people who would just say, hey, I'd like to volunteer on a random Tuesday, or I'd like to help with the day with the zoo, or I'd like to do kind of that episodic volunteers. And we have a number of volunteers as well who are, they're canoe instructors or riflery instructors, or we do air rifles, or archery, or one of those high rope zip line kind of things, helping with some of that stuff. And so it's very hard to keep track of all of those volunteers, what they're interested in, what they want to do. So we're hiring a full-time person who's going to be a coordinator just for the episodic volunteers, because the worst thing to me is when somebody calls our organization and says, hey, I'd like to help out, but we don't have anywhere to put them, or we don't have any offerings for them, or no one follows up with them because they don't want to be in the traditional role. We have a number of people. We've started a program too called a badge boss, where a professional person can come in and say, hey, I would like to work with the girls just specifically on this STEM badge or this quilting badge or whatever they want to do, whatever their area of expertise is. So then we now have a place for them to go where they can kind of post, hey, I'd like to help troops with this, and troops can get in touch with them and arrange for a time. So we were really worried about where do we put this episodic volunteer coordinator. We didn't want to just put them in the regular volunteer department so they'd get lost in the shuffle. We didn't really want to put them in the programming department. And, you know, as Mark said too, we always have to watch too that anybody that comes to our organization is a potential donor or knows potential donors. So we always want to cultivate that aspect as well. So we've actually decided to put it in the HR function so that this coordinator of episodic volunteers will recruit and train and help manage those episodic volunteers and get them where they need to be. So we recognize that there's a lot of untapped resources as well. And we never want to discourage someone from being part of the organization. So hopefully this will help.
Thank you. Hey, we're finally at the last question. This was supposed to be 3 questions ago, but I just got caught up with what you folks were saying. So, so what words of wisdom would you share with this group of people who are also involved in human resource management in the nonprofit sector? So,
do you want me to go first, Lisa? This is going to sound a little soapboxy, but I really believe it. First, no matter where we are in the organization, we all have influence on how we can, you know, my tagline is bless our workforce, how we can motivate and strengthen our staff so they can be more resilient. You don't have to be the CEO or the senior person or in a certain position to have influence. Certainly they have a lot of influence, whether you're in HR, whether you're a manager, whether you're even not a manager, like there's a role for you to play to influence culture and to make other people feel like they're heard and seen and valued, hands down. 2, how do we get to know the people that work for us and that we work for deeply? Whether that's through surveys, whether that's through one-on-one conversations, whether that's just through work collaborations, so then we can utilize that data and employ the management and motivational strategies that will actually meet them where they're at and that actually makes them light up at work every day. Because not folks are all the same, and though we have to be consistent with our policies, there is, I think, a fair amount of room for individuation. That allows people to feel really valued and heard and seen. You know, I have a great boss because she doesn't manage me the way that she manages her other staff. And it's not inconsistent. It's just, yeah, I'm different than Sam or than, you know, another Mark on our team. So I think that's key. So getting to know each other deeply, aligning with our actions, and knowing that we all have the power to do it. And know that I think I'm very, I can recommend another book. I've been very, enamored and inspired by the work of Dr. Zenyep Tan, who works at MIT, she wrote the book, The Good Jobs Strategy, and she started the Good Jobs Institute. And she's done a lot of this work in retail, or this research in retail, like Costco and Walmart and Quick Trip. But I think it fully applies to the nonprofit sector. As much as we're able to look at staff as not overhead and not a cost center, but as an investment, that if we put more into it, we'll get more out of it, then we're in good shape. And I'll leave this part with an example. Several years ago at my previous organization, our CFO implemented paid family leave, which was actually lovely because it was 2 weeks before my second child, my son, was born. And I wasn't the primary caregiver, so instead of getting 8 weeks, I got 2 weeks bonding leave. But the next sentence he said, well, that's going to cost us because we're going to get all of those, you know, workers out for a time. Meanwhile, it was 8 weeks. Workers out for a time, we're gonna lose money on this. And I said, his name was Mark as well. Mark, you're wrong. Because of this paid leave policy, I'm, for example, and others are gonna stay longer, and you're gonna save money because you're gonna have great people doing great work for longer. You're not gonna have to deal with turnover. And I don't think he got that. But I do think that's actually the philosophy that we need to be going in. Because if we do that, then when we are asking employees for more during rough times, they can be more resilient and more willing to step up because they know that they've been given, you know, investment from the organization.
Right. You said a line there. I like that. What's going to make them light up at work every day. I love that line.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's an art. I have to listen to the podcast. There's a podcast on NPR of like work won't love you back. And I want to listen to it. And then I already have the op-ed in my head and be like, but work should. Like all work should love their workers
Yeah.
and show it. I don't think we have an excuse anymore. And I think COVID again has revealed the
Has
why.
taught us that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Lisa, you get the last word.
Okay. Oh, that's scary. A lot to follow from Mark. So, one of the things I've learned over my career, and it's true, when I started in healthcare 30 some years ago, I hate to say, but, somebody told me the only constant in healthcare is change. And I have found that to be true throughout my career. And no matter what I do, there's no job that is or should stay stagnant. Everything needs to be changing. I mean, you don't fix what's not broken, of course, but, improvement where you can, and things have changed so much, especially with technology. I often think I wish I could see technology, how it's going to be 50 or 100 years in the future, because the HRIS system should be just completely seamless and, just really wonderful by then, I hope, because I think we have a long way to go in things being intuitive, and they've improved so much in my history. But just knowing that things are going to change, and having that atmosphere or that mindset of continuous learning and making ourselves better. The other thing that I found, I've in working with people who have been easy to work with and difficult to work with, I found that the best thing is to always maintain your professional integrity and be kind. And even when you're firing someone, you can be kind. It's just maintain that person's dignity and think about, their feelings, but also know that you have to do what you have to do for the good of the organization. And that's advice I give to a lot of new managers, is that, you have to tell people, we need to do this because I'm held accountable for these things. And this is my job as a manager, to make sure that this department runs well and these things get done. But if the person, isn't a good fit, or like Mark said, you don't want to fire people, but sometimes that's what's necessary. And when you can't coach them up to the level where they need to be, sometimes you have to do that for the good of the organization and for good of all of the people that are there. So, and that's, something I think people don't, they go, well, Girl Scouts, it's easy. No, it's not. We do hold people to a high standard and expect that people are going to, we're stewards of the girls' money. We're responsible for how those dollars are spent and how things are run. So I think always remembering that, we do have to stay productive and, in the black, so to say, but at the same time, we're all human, and being kind about whatever we do is, to me, the most important thing. So.
Thank you. Thank you all, everybody. I'm thinking a good 15-minute or so break would be a good idea right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Jesse. You're on mute.
I didn't want to unmute. I just have a quick question for Lisa and Mark. I know I talk to Mark all the time, so more Lisa. Sorry, Mark. You mentioned that you offer great benefits to your employees, and I know you touched on paid time off, and Mark talked a little bit about paid family leave and other internal benefits. But I'm just kind of curious, what else are some things that are incorporated in that benefit package when salary can't necessarily be the big factor? And I know in my organization, we don't offer health benefits, because most of us are the secondary earners in our households. So I'm just kind of curious what other options are out there.
Yeah, I think we have many benefits that are provided by the organization, as well as benefits that don't really cost us a lot. So we start with the basics. We have, 4 different medical plans, dental and vision, and we have low deductible plans that are a reasonable cost. We have a low deductible plan as little as $350 a month, the $350 is the deductible. And those cost single employees, about $100 a month thinking ahead of myself. So we've got medical, dental, and vision. We have the paid parental leave. We offer 6 weeks of paid parental leave to anyone who has or adopts a child, or is placed with, foster kids or anything like that. We have flexible work schedules. We have $10,000 in paid life insurance. We have long-term disability. We offer access to supplemental plans like AFLAC. What else do we have? The basics like workers' comp and COBRA that everybody has to have, but we also offer flexible work schedules, a little bit of tuition reimbursement. It's about $750 a year is what they're eligible for, $750 a year. We also try to send our employees kind of above and beyond that tuition reimbursement. We send our employees to conferences that are relevant to them when we can. And Girl Scouts as a whole offers, we have a Macy Center in New York that offers like a yearly conference for all of our retail employees, things like that, where they get to go for a couple of days for things like that. And then just the opportunity to work with the girls and do some different things. So if they want to do some volunteer work on work time, sometimes there's activities that they can go participate in with the girls. That's pretty much what I can think of just off the top of my head, but we try to be very flexible and caring as well. So if somebody has, issues or, family thing going on, we work very well with people. We don't have a harsh, consequences for things like that, attendance and stuff. We try to be reasonable.
Thank you.
I think Lisa's list is pretty comprehensive. The only thing that I would add, I bet you maybe it's already on that list too, is an employee assistance program, especially given the enormous mental health needs. And usually if there is an insurance carrier or even another provider that you have, they may offer it for free. That any employee all the time can call this number and get, 3 mental health sessions. Which the biggest challenge that I saw in human resources, and even now, is that people just don't know about it. You can tell them in a benefits orientation, you can remind them, but they don't know that it's at their fingertips. And I think that is enormous, because I think mental health is for all of our human resources and just general society, I think is going to be a major crisis for us for the next decade as a result of COVID and other things.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do have an EAP. I forgot that one. And we offer 6 sessions, and then they can continue it on with their insurance. And it could be for any kind of an episode. So if you have one episode in March, you get 6 sessions. And then in October, you need it again, you can get 6 more sessions. And then one fun thing we did this year, which really didn't cost us anything, but the employees loved it. We got pet insurance. So we have an emergency pet insurance. It's actually, they're a newer company, but I'm thrilled with them so far. They're called POP Perks, PAWP Perks. And for $17 a month, our employees can sign up and they get free access to a televet service anytime they need to call. It covers up to 6 pets that they can call about. And then there's also an emergency fund that they can access one time a year. But if your dog were to swallow chocolate or get hit by a car and you had to go to the emergency vet, you just get that approved with them and they can cover up to $3,000. It's only not for any preventative care or anything, but for emergencies. But for $17 a month, that's a good deal. Yeah. And then we also got the traditional pet insurance where they can get just like a 5% discount through MetLife. So that's more of a discount program. And then we do have some other small things, like there's a working advantage program that we have as well, where they can get discounts on theater tickets and things like that. So I try to send out announcements about those things as well as the EAP, keep that in front of them. But I try to send out announcements through our community page, to make sure that they always have access to those things and just some fun things, so.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much, both of you. This has just been really fascinating.
I have a question, Rosemary, if we could take some time. I have a couple of questions for Lisa and Mark as well. And this has been very interesting because I actually manage the HRM program where we have master level students. And what I'm finding is that in many instances, we're talking about those fundamental functional areas of human resources. We're talking about recruiting and retention and employee engagement and benefits. But one of the questions that I wanted to ask both of you was, based on your experience, the topic today is about resilience. And, so my question is resilience something that we can teach individuals? Because with the master's level students, sometimes all of us are going through COVID now at one time. And so they actually want to be HR managers or people leaders. But my struggle is, how do we teach these resilient skills, knowledge and abilities, so that when they do obtain their roles in human resource management, they have that background or that knowledge. So the question is really, how do we bring this idea of resilience to the classroom or to any type of training and development program? Because I think we're going to be adapting to all types of changes as we move forward as HR professionals.
So my short answer is yes, you can definitely teach these resilience strategies.
Okay.
That's a huge part of my role at J-Response, which is basically, we're doing it primarily virtually, but I've done it a couple of times in person now. It could start with just an hour and a half session of defining what resilience is, because it's been such a buzzword over the last couple of years. Just, having people understand what it means to be resilient and to adapt when challenges come in. And then being able to identify how they're feeling at a given time, what that means, and then how they can engage in an intervention strategy to make themselves feel stronger, right? And I think this is the basic simple stuff of going for a walk every couple of hours, or taking a breath, or engaging in physical exercise, or meditating. There's a whole bunch of intervention strategies, and then reflecting on it. I think yes, I think that needs to be paramount. And I think if we offered these seminars in organizations, if we offer them in academia, then people can, navigate what type of strategies will work best for them. But I think that's something that we've seen acutely during crises, both before COVID and during COVID, is that when crisis hit, we don't take care of ourselves as much as we should have, because we're distracted, because we're stressed out. So having these resilient strategies in our pockets in advance, we know then to employ them to be more adaptable. And for our workers, then they can be in better places to do their best work. So I think, yes, you can absolutely teach them.
Yeah. For me personally, I can say that, having that attitude of expecting change, of expecting that things are not going to stay the same, I think helps a lot. And I, Mark had spoke about our mental, the mental crises. I don't know whether it is, whether it's just that it's more talked about now and it's more open, or if truly our young people are having more mental crises with all of the challenges that they're facing in life. I've had a number of younger employees, particularly in my office, who are struggling. They're, even before pandemic or during the pandemic, just are struggling with just different life challenges. And, I found in my career, I had a mentor who, no matter what happened, she stayed calm. And, teaching that, it's going to be okay. No matter what happens at work, we're going to fix it. We're going to work with this. We're going to make it right. And the important thing is that, there's a poster that I love that it says, "Nevertheless, she persisted." And it's got women's, girls' fists up in the air. If you've seen that one, we just persist on. We get through these things. We make them work. We're a team. You're not alone in facing challenges, and we will face it together, and we will make it work. And that happens. And, for some people, there is a time. I just had a brilliant employee resign, and I mourn her loss because she was wonderful, but she's facing some personal crises in her life where she needs to step back from her career at the moment. And, I told her, I said, "You're going to be great. Whatever you decide to do, however this works out, you're going to be great. And you can always come back," and just giving people that emotional support, and knowing that, no matter, when in healthcare, it was always like, well, they're not on the surgery table, so nobody's going to die if we make a mistake in HR, right? It's not like the stress that the doctors and nurses face necessarily. So, I think a lot of it is just giving people that reassurance that they are supported, that they can come to you with their issues, and that, you will help them, and that you're not judging, you're not critical, we're going to work through things together, I think is just huge with culture and helping people be resilient. Sometimes it's a learned thing because people will panic when something goes wrong, and pretty much we can fix whatever we can fix it, so just being reassuring and supporting, I think a lot makes a difference.
Thank you both.
Thank
And I
you.
wanted to also mention, I know one of you mentioned the fact that internships had dropped recently and that you were not having as many people interested in those.
That was me.
Okay. So Lisa, what I found in the program with the master's level students that I'm working with, honestly, they need paid internships. What's happening is that many of the students, due to the pandemic, were in an undergraduate program, had limited work experience, and because of what was going on in our work environments and companies were really struggling with COVID, they were kind of in limbo. And so they decided to continue in a master's program. And so because they are taking, in many instances, 3 classes a semester, they don't have time to work, and so, and also some of the internship salaries were so low that they'd rather spend that time studying and getting through their master's program. So I think it was more of a financial decision about the internships, more so than them not wanting to, really work either for a private or nonprofit organization.
Yeah. I understand that. And I always understand that people need to, support themselves and do what they have to do. It just, unfortunately, the impact it has had on us with students is that, we can't always afford being a nonprofit. We can't always afford that. But I do have other part-time jobs that students can certainly apply for and take. And the applications for those, I will tell you, have been less, even though some of them pay $15 or $18 an hour. Even those have been less. So, yeah.
Well, I agree, because too, I've encouraged the students to use those internships, because what happens is that those students who've received the undergraduate degree and then continue to the master's don't necessarily have the work experience for HR, and so they don't have an organizational knowledge, and so then they don't have a context in which to learn the information about our field, and so sometimes that's the disconnect that I'm seeing in the classroom. Yeah.
I do have an HR work study person with me right now. So, but he was lucky to have the work study pre-approved. And I sometimes wish our schools, it seems like a lot of the students I talk to don't know about work study. So I wish that was promoted a little bit more so that we could, or they think work study is only helping at the gym on campus or just the campus jobs. But, if the schools are willing to work with us and send us some work study students, we pay part of that salary or the hourly wage. Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone want to take a little break, like 15 or so minutes? And then we'll come back, and when we come back, there's a case study for us to talk about. And I'll say right now, the case study is based more or less on stuff on Mark's book. So if you like the case study, go buy the book. So I'll see you in about, I don't know, let's say 2:20. Is that okay?
2:20.
Okay, everybody okay. Okay, let me pull back. Where was it?
We're all back.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just looking for my slide. There, my slideshow. Okay, so we don't want guest speakers anymore. Now we want discussion. Okay, so thanks to Mark and his book that was really enlightening. I put together a set of discussion questions. And let me, hopefully nope, that's not where it was. This is going to take a second for me to find. I thought I had it up. Yeah, there it goes.
While you're looking, I'm going to mention the next module, which is
Okay.
scheduled for January 7th on entrepreneurial resilience strategy. We're going to ramp up our recruiting for that. If you know anyone you think that would benefit from that, you can send me their link, their email or their link. I will get the materials to them, and certainly any kind of social media posting that I can do. Our attendance has been as many as 12. So we can accommodate, we've got plenty of room on these Zooms. So our colleagues at the University of Richmond, if you think anyone down there might benefit from another module on this resilience theme, please don't hesitate.
Okay, can people see a basically 1-page outline of some questions? Can you see that? Finding the best workforce? If anybody's not,
It's
Yeah.
a little small.
Yeah, it's too small. Yeah.
it's too small. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Stuart, is there a quick way to send them all the actual document? Like, are they all on email that you could send it to them?
Everybody should have it. I can send it again.
Everybody have- Yeah,
Should be in the email attachment from this morning.
right.
You can also, if you just go to view and like zoom the document, that would work too.
Hmm.
So that would be, Rosemary, that would be on your screen. If you went to view and you increase the size of it,
Okay, wait a minute.
that might help.
Why is this? Okay, I'm gonna try this. Let's see.
Well, if it works, it'll happen right before our eyes.
Yeah, where would it be in?
So in Word, where it says at the just your bar at the top, where it says view in between review and developer, right at the top.
Okay,
Over to your right, right there above it. There you go.
view.
Click on that.
There should be a zoom option.
If you click on Zoom view, it should pop up. There you go. See Zoom.
Okay,
Okay, then there's also,
let's go to 200% maybe.
let's try.
Wow.
Yeah, and then we can just scroll.
That's better.
Can you see that?
Yeah, that's better.
Uh-huh. Okay, you can see that all?
Well, if you scroll down just a teeny bit,
Uh-huh. Let's see if I can.
so all three, there we go.
Okay, and now I'm seeing typos in here, but oh well.
Well, we can't see it that well.
Okay, so you can see it.
Yeah.
So. Okay, I just do want to apologize. Someone was asking me to change the setup of my screen earlier, and they did it in that in chat, and I hadn't been reading the chats. So let me see if I can get chat to more. It's not letting me do that. So anyhow, just realize if you want to tell me something, you may need to just tell me, because I'm not reading chats at the moment. I was just I was watching things and taking notes. Okay, so this is basically some scenarios, and again, they're built off stuff from Mark's book with these real life people and how they interacted with the nonprofit sector. Okay, so let me just read some of it, and then I'll leave you to read the rest, and then there's some discussion questions I want to do. So we might traditionally think of the compensation, namely starting salaries, among the strongest factors when individuals make decisions whether to work for an organization. However, the majority of nonprofit workforce, for the majority of the nonprofit workforce, other considerations are significant, if not the dominant variable in the decision of whether to accept a particular position. Consider the examples of these three potential workers as they discuss their own decision-making process in choosing to work for a particular nonprofit organization. Okay, so there's Allison, and she's a potential employee who wants to pursue further education as well as work at a job that speaks to passions and interests. A standard 9-to-5 job is not going to work for her, as she wants to find some work-life balance as she pursues her future and strives to work in an organization reflecting her own values. She's hoping that an employer will not only offer an opportunity of a career that speaks to her central values and interests, but also allows the flexibility in terms of when the work can be done, so she can pursue plans to acquire skills and attend to family, both of which will benefit both her and the employer in the future. There's Carrie, who has an MBA, who's built upon her unique experiences to imagine a way in which she can use her experiences to fulfill a previously unrecognized need in her community. She is a persistent woman who will not take no for an answer. She hopes and is willing to work relentlessly to see her dreams realized. She is looking for either an organization or philanthropic support, so she can start her own organization that will support her efforts to have a creative impact on the larger community in which she finds herself. And finally, there's Graham, is a senior manager who began his career in for-profit consulting, thinking that working in the nonprofit sector would be too slow or bureaucratic, or not as professionally fulfilling as working in the for-profit sector. He initially thought that he would make a lot of money in the for-profit sector and then be a philanthropist supporting nonprofits. Initially, when approached by members of the nonprofit sector seeking to hire him, he politely turned them down. He would, however, be an excellent employee in such an organization and has some well-developed ideas about how to encourage workers to do their best in organizations that clearly articulate their missions and act more efficiently and with more transparency. So we've got 3 people here, and I didn't make them up. These are people that Mark introduced me to through his book. So I know Stuart said that he felt like he's been all 3 of these people at once. So I guess one question, this is not the question that are going to follow up, but I'm wondering, does anyone see themselves in any of these people? Okay, Jesse, you're shaking your head. Who do you see yourself as?
I definitely started out as an Allison, probably still very much an Allison, as a lot of my life is still revolving around my family as I grow in the field.
Okay. How about anybody else? No. I guess I see a little bit of Kareen in me because I'm not one who likes to take no for an answer. So, but I haven't started my own nonprofit or anything like that. But I definitely like to think I think outside the box. And I'm also a little bit of an Allison in that I did choose in the end work-life balance, although that's kind of a funny word these days in all sectors. But I did choose work-life balance over pursuing my career more seriously at one point. So I guess I'm a little bit of Allison and a little bit of Kareen. Anybody else? Anybody in here? Okay, so let me go down to the questions that I want to ask. Okay, how are these people illustrating the idea of thinking at the margin and making a decision of whether or not to work for an organization? What are some of the issues they are considering at the margin?
Well, if you don't mind, I have a reaction to that because I've been thinking about it a lot, especially as I'm getting older. But there's kind of a transition you go through as a person as to who actually has the control over your career, and why feel bound to a particular place if you're not getting anything beyond a salary. And I'm wondering, and actually I've been listening carefully today for this, if that's not just me, if that's part of the generational change. And in the United States, we're seeing calls for change. And I'm wondering if that's where things are headed, that the employers their authority is under scrutiny, and the power might be shifting a little bit to the employees. And these 3 cases seem to be evidence of that.
That it's really the employee who decides, do I want to do this, rather than
taking control of, they're right. So this whole thing about the great resignation or whatever you call it, calling it,
It's not me, it's somebody, other people
yeah.
are calling it that.
It's people deciding whether they have to go to work. I mean, I guess if you drop the part where it's anti-establishment and you start thinking about what it means to people, they're looking for greater satisfaction as individuals, and so then they're going to choose.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I've always seen that in recruiting graduate students to academic programs. That's the way they're looking at things. How is this going to help me? Do I want to put in the effort? And now it's just coming out in the workplace, I guess.
Yeah. So how are these folks thinking at the margin? Like, what margin are they thinking at?
Can I interject?
Absolutely.
Because I feel I'm trying to think. I don't know if I'm thinking at the margin, or if it's cost benefit analysis, or if it's just a law of diminishing returns.
Well, it's sort of all the same stuff.
Yeah, I think
Not
with
exactly.
these 3 individuals, and I'm cheating, right? Because I know them.
Yeah, you are cheating.
Right. They are, I want to be clear. They're not coming, I hope they're not coming off as selfish. They're like, well, I have to have all of these things in my job in order for it to be working. It just, I think they're doing an analysis in their head of, I'm willing to work for a salary. I'm willing to, work for an imperfect organization, but there are just things that need to be there for me to feel like it's worth it for me to engage in this work, and to give up all the things I'm giving up by, not being, not having the flexibility, or having the flexibility by not working. Like, work needs to be transparent. My ideas need to be I need to be told yes sometimes. And I think those are the margins that they're thinking about. Stuart brought up generational. I was intent to interview people that were generally in my age cohort, which is late Gen X, early millennial. And there is that somewhat of a transition in that. I mean, Gen Z, I think, is even different, but of that, early millennial, this job has to work for me. It's not just I'm going to be a cog in the wheel and I'm going to, get a paycheck and be in a job for 30 years. And I'm overgeneralizing generations, which is unfair to our individual selves, right? But these are all people that are, like, I know now, that are in their 30s or early 40s. And, they have more of a sense of, well, this margin is not going to work for me. Unless I'm given something, it's not transactional, unless I'm seeing something that is really meaningful to me here. Flexibility, to be entrepreneurial, for the organization to be more transparent, as examples.
I'm wondering, this is just off the top of my head in response to some things you said, I'm wondering if the collective experience of all of us, like walking up to our grave and realizing tomorrow is not guaranteed, has been part of us walking away and saying, I'm not going to sell my time anymore, because I don't know how much there is. And that might be the collective generational experience that is driving some of this.
So I don't know. I didn't ask them specifically, but I'm now, these folks, and I'm now of a generation that didn't really go into the workforce until post 9/11, and they were like young in the workforce post financial crisis. So it's not in the same visceral way that you said it is COVID, but like, our values change when we're younger, and formating our ideas, and those major things happen that didn't exist, at least in my understanding, in like the same ways in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Right. Yeah.
I want to piggyback a little bit on what Stuart said. I see this more as maybe even a power dynamic changing. So, whether it is generational or not, I mean, I think we can see that the baby boomers are probably going to exit the workplace now because they either don't want to learn new software, or COVID has taught them, they've had more time at home now, and say, hey, this is what I think I want to do now. I don't want to be tied to a desk at work. So I think maybe it's this power shift where the employer now does not have as much power as they had in the past, coupled with we have options now. And I think we have more options now, and each generation is deciding how to frame their lives differently, and taking these opportunities now to explore and to move from job to job. And if they're not satisfied with that particular job because it's not their passion, it's not their interest, they may not be making the salaries that they need or want, then they're saying, I'm going to try something different. So I think maybe it's a little bit of, I don't know if it's generational, but I think it's probably being demonstrated in all generations. I mean, the students aren't going to college now that much anymore. Some are starting their own businesses. I mean, and so I think that I don't know if we could just say it's X, Y, and Z as far as like it's this, or this, but it's just a broad range of change that's happening in the country. And I think the pandemic may have started some of it, but it was bubbling under the surface anyway. And then it just came to light through the media, politics, the economy, and everything.
And now that there's options out there for people to have other jobs,
right,
then you're less wedded to the job that you really hate to go into every day. So,
right.
And that's going to be a part of the, that you're not going to feel like you're stuck there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think there are two things going on. I mean, COVID has changed people's mindsets to a certain extent, as I think Rosemary was suggesting. So, if their values change, then the trade-offs that they're willing to make would change. But the other side of it is, do they have choices? And maybe they have different choices now than they had before. So the whole idea of thinking at the margin is, what choices are people facing, and giving the alternatives that they have, how do those margins change? Like, obviously the first one is about work-life balance. Well, person may have a job, but other possibilities have now made themselves known. And what changes in terms of satisfactions from work versus satisfactions from doing other things. If there's a choice that allows us to move on one margin to another, to a better place, then that's what people will do now in this situation.
I want to comment on case study 1, because I think it's not just about preference for work-life balance, but it's also about exposing the rigidities in our work function that don't need to be there. So for Allison, she was running a youth group program for her organization, and they had set hours based on the previous person in that job. And she said, well, I have classes at these times. And they said, well, you don't have to engage the groups on Monday nights and Wednesday nights. We just need you to engage the groups, engage the teens. So she says, can I work these hours instead of these hours so I can do my my graduate work? And they said, sure, as long as you get the job done. So it was really an exposure to what was assumed needed to be the way the work needed to be done. And actually, if we built the job around the talent that we had, that also allowed her to pursue her other dreams, we actually might keep her longer and have her do better work, because the hours didn't have to be what they didn't have to be. Not every job has that flexibility, or every job deliverable outcome, but many more do than we might think. And it may not be in hours, it might be in something else. So that I think is the lesson to this, and maybe something that us as human resource managers or in that role can think about, and also leads to more resiliency too. It's one less, it's one more problem that I've solved without having to hire a new person and spend more money and thus be less resilient.
And that bit about it maybe it's not hours, maybe it's something else. I just remembered a friend from college who's a faculty member, and his college is in Chicago and he lives in Rhode Island. And these days, if you're teaching graduate school, you can interact with PhD people from anywhere. So that might be another, it's not just working remotely, but it's really working remotely. There's no reason why you have to move to where your workplace is. Yay, Zoom, right? I think they're the people. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the whole situation has changed, not only because of COVID, but because of the technological options. So we have different markets now. Earlier we might have been looking at a local market, what's available and what what choices do I have? Now both sides have more choices,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Job seekers can look anywhere, and organizations can look more widely for potential employees.
Mm,
You have to see, what does that mean in terms of the overall shift?
yeah. So too, have you encountered workers in your organization that are incorporating similar criteria in making a decision about whether to work for you? I assume that there'd be more people here who were from work organizations, but do we still have? Yeah, we still have Lyle. Do you have any stories of students of yours who might have had scenarios like these?
Kyle, you're on mute.
I was thinking as you went through the scenarios, if I could think of the specific examples, I think I could see bits and pieces just from class conversations of all of them, of the three people and several of the students. And I think on the other hand, most of the students that in the nonprofit HR management classes that are working were in actual leadership roles themselves. They probably were supervising these folks. So I think that they were faced with the challenges of trying to meet the needs and being flexible to accommodate those folks because they were always shorthanded and didn't want to lose the folks. So I think it came more from that perspective than as individuals being in these scenarios. They were probably supervising the people and trying to make sure that they were accommodating the people in these different scenarios.
So they were showing the resilience there in trying to.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think in my organization, it's a lot of trying to make sure that we are doing what we can to continue to engage those people so they do not look elsewhere.
Absolutely.
We have really, particularly, most of the growth potential is coming from our preschool teachers who are moving into helping facilitate other things on the campus or just doing other things. And kind of, I think the disparity is on our organization is you kind of have to look, if you are not looking for the opportunities, they're not going to come to your way. I am, for myself, I'm always looking for the next thing that's going to, the next education opportunity to raise myself up. And I think that goes from the ground up in our organization. We are going to happily engage and pay for the certification or whatever it is, but it has to be something that the individual employees are wanting and asking for. And I don't know if that's the appropriate way to go in the future, or if more things should be presented to especially our younger, 20-something early 20 employees who don't necessarily know to ask. I know when I was in that age group, I was just happy to be there, let alone, and never thought that I could ask for things in my job.
Anyone else? Anything?
Well, I was, can you hear me? Yeah. I was thinking also about, potential workers or workers' aspirations to advance and to want to get further training and education, which is often a matter of becoming more specialized and more professionalized in a certain realm of expertise. And what that has to say about organizational resilience, because one of the strategies that people have used is to say, okay, well, we have to reduce our workforce and we need to cover more jobs with fewer people. So now people that are able to do a variety of things in an organization become more valuable. So do we have this tension between wanting to advance people in their specialties versus investing in people that have more general or wider array of skills? in terms of what we really want for the organization in the future. I mean, I just raised that because I'm not sure that the two things are perfectly compatible. I don't know that anybody's examined that.
So you're saying that really having generalists is, and for the long term, is better than having specialists, because you'd have to have like 8 different specialists to do something that maybe one person could do who was more of a generalist.
Yeah, long-term meaning preparing for a future crisis.
For a
where you-
crisis, yeah.
Yeah, where you had to depend on fewer people, yeah. Mhm.
Do we want to depend on fewer people?
Well, I mean, I think we've heard a couple of cases today, and you know, the experience in the pandemic among nonprofits, some areas more than others, but you know, certainly in the arts, and largely, I think, in the social services, is that you know, payrolls have had, at least for a certain period of time, have had to be reduced, and organizations have had to find ways to reduce their staff, and yet, in some ways, the demand didn't go away, you know, and they need to be able to continue to do the work. So how do you do that if you've got fewer people and just as many jobs?
Yeah.
So I have an experience like that, and I don't know how it worked out even after having lived through it. But we had a situation in our college where we had to lay off 30 people because of some grant funding disappearing, and we had to make some pretty important decisions about what the skill sets were we wanted to keep for future development of projects, and involved GIS work, database work, you know, specialized applications. And it's not that the people doing those jobs couldn't have done other jobs. It's just that they didn't want to. So the question became, well, do we keep the talent or do we just release them? And I'm not sure our priorities didn't change as we made those decisions. Because we had to stop doing some things and do more of other things. And in my case, a lot of the work devolved to me, and I had the nonprofit experience of wearing 4 or 5 hats at the same time, which I think is how nonprofits typically handle that stuff.
I guess I was going to ask that. Is this really how nonprofits do it? I mean, I think it kind of is. That the nonprofits do ask people to take on jobs that maybe are not necessarily what they're trained in a lot of times.
My CEO or my exec and our accountant spent the afternoon the other day setting up tables for our senior meals because our maintenance guy was out sick. So that's something that happens, especially in small nonprofits.
Well,
Is
and
it
I
because-
think there's a positive and negative to that. So like the positive, I mean, this is like the WestJet model and the Southwest model in the airline industry, is that like it's okay for the CEO to like help out sometimes. It shows that we're all in it together. We have shared experiences. Like, you know, we're not so segmented in our jobs that we don't have, you know, skill sets that can help in other areas when needed. I think that also contributes to resilient workforce. Like, you know, the idea of cross training and caring for each other. And we don't always have the not my job, talk to the hand and I won't do your job. At the same time, if there's the expectation that I'm hired to do 1 job, but I'm really doing 7, and if the CEO is always, covering the early childhood center for 2 hours every day, what time, then what is that CEO not doing that they should be doing to move forward the organization? And do we create an expectation that you're going to come here, we're going to pay you for 1 job, but you're really going to do 7. And then when we have to lay people off, we're really not going to give you a raise, but you're going to have to do their job too. Like, that's the lack of transparency, inefficiency, devaluing that is not helpful. And then I think we're trying to change. I think this course, the book that's coming out of this course, what I'm trying to do, I think that needs to change, because now we're in the crisis of people don't want to accept that anymore. And for a whole host of reasons, they don't have to. I hate to speak and then leave, but I do have to leave in a minute. I just wanted to say thank you to Rosemary and
thank you. I just really appreciate this Mark. This has been great.
Yeah, so I'm
Thank
curious
you.
to know how that ends, but Jesse, Lyle, Tracy, really great to learn with you too, and have a wonderful rest of your day. So
You
sorry.
too. Take care.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
There's an equity dimension to all of this too. Because I think the easiest, lots of nonprofits, lots of organizations have gone through this, but I think particularly nonprofits would be prone to saying, okay, we've got to cut our payroll, so everybody's going to take the same cut and we're going to keep everybody. And that sounds like a great thing. But that is really kind of more of an equity oriented decision. And I've heard it criticized from the point of view of, well, that's just mental laziness. You're not really looking at what you really need and what you could do without, and set priorities and make the hard decisions. So, how do you deal with those tensions? I mean, you could make a long-term resilience argument of across the board, everybody gets treated the same. Maybe that's good for organizational morale. Maybe it's good because you don't have to, recruit those people back. But there's also an argument for saying, no, this is an opportunity to figure out what our priorities are, where our strengths are, where, we can let some people go and then make the organization stronger. I don't think it's easy, but I think nonprofits are a little bit more inclined than businesses would be to treat everybody the same.
I think that goes back to good strategic planning to start with.
Okay.
I mean, if we have a organizations, nonprofit or for-profit, and we have to wait for a crisis to make change, it's because we haven't done good planning to start with.
Yeah.
And so I think it really comes from a strategic management point, especially on the human resource side, because we know that 80% of your cost is in people. And so if we haven't thought about what is most important in our planning and how can we make ourselves more efficient, what are the things that we're doing that don't require the service that this person is providing,
Yeah.
and looking at every job description. But I've seen it in the school systems I've worked in. When somebody leaves, that's the time we shuffle. This is the time we can change the job description and become more efficient.
Right.
Or in a time of crisis like COVID, this is a time we have to make that happen. But if we do good planning beforehand, to me, it's just more deliberate and efficient.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But even if an organization has done everything right and decides in a crisis that they've got to reduce their payroll by a certain amount and can't accomplish that in sort of a natural attrition way, like, well, people are going to retire anyway, so give them a little extra benefit to retire. And there's going to be a certain amount of natural dropping out. If you're still faced at that point with a trade-off between layoffs and maybe across the board, everybody reduces their salary by a certain amount, I still think there's a tension there, even if there's a predetermined policy that this is what you do or not. I mean, because it's going to be hard. I mean, you're going to be faced with this question of how are we going to be judged? Are we going to be judged as organizations that are fair to everybody? And how's that going to come through? So I'm not sure that tension. I totally agree with you about on the planning part, and you want to do as much as you can to prepare an organization before a crisis ever occurs, so you know exactly how you're going to deal with it. But you still may be faced with some of these very tough trade-offs.
Sure.
I think.
So I'm going to jump in with I think it's two economic ideas. The first is comparative advantage, and it seems that if we have the CEOs, I don't know, planning for, I don't know, what did you say your CEOs were doing, Jesse? I'm sorry. Was it you who was?
Yeah, the other day they were setting up tables because our
Okay.
maintenance guy was out. You do what you have to do to keep the business or to keep the organization running.
And that's true. And I completely agree that on an immediate basis, that's what you need to do. I'm just thinking that when we're combining jobs, that's not an economist would say that's not the best approach, because you really want people doing what they're best at. So, and I guess the other thing I was thinking about with Dennis about everybody taking the same cut, and even if it was the same percentage cut, that's going to be a very regressive sort of thing. So you're going to end up with, right, I mean, it would be. And that might be what's kind of making you a little uncomfortable about that, as far as the nonprofit. Would it be regressive? I think it'd be regressive.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I was saying it from the point of view, well, it's more fair because you're not letting some people go so that others can stay.
Uh-huh.
But then it depends on exactly, how you design the pay reduction.
Right.
You can make that neutral. You can make it even progressive. The top guys have to pay, have to give back 15%, and the people at the bottom 5%. But often you're right that it's not done that way. It's just a lazy decision. Everybody's going to take 10%, and that probably would be regressive in terms of the impact that it would have on people's lives at different levels of income.
I think so. And I think that's why I was impressed when the Ursuline administration said that if anyone took a pay cut, it would be them.
Yeah.
And it turned out nobody took a pay cut, which was an incentive for them to make sure that nobody took a pay cut, because they were going to be the ones to be hurt, but they didn't. Nobody ended up having to take a pay cut. But yeah, so I guess that maybe it would be more regressive if we had everybody taking the same percentage change than laying some people, but then you're hitting some people and not others if you lay some people off. So I'm not quite sure what the answer to that is.
No, I'm just saying that both are, both
Neither of them.
criteria are involved. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
None of them are great. So what can you do as a human resource manager in a nonprofit organization to attract such highly qualified workers to your organization? Meaning the people that were, whose stories were told up on the top of the, case. Is there anything, what could you do in human resources to attract people?
I think I like looking specifically at Allison. I would want to make sure that we have that the growth potential in there, especially if we cannot offer, if it's a base level position where we may not be able to offer the competitive salary. Having her interest, having her interested and the goal for her to be able to continue growing either with our organization or for the potential for her to move into a different organization, but valuing that she has that drive will go a long way. Hopefully keeping her in the long run though.
Yeah.
We're a very transient area. So especially when it comes to our entry level positions, it's very rare that the people who we cultivate actually stay in our area.
Oh, really? Wow. Do they go to other organizations in your area, or do they just move somewhere else?
We're a heavily military area.
Oh, okay.
It's not uncommon for especially young wives to come in and fill in the preschool or fill in with this or to take on this role, and then their families get deployed other places.
So you kind of know that you're not going to be able to keep these folks for the long term.
Yeah, so we try to appease the people who we know who are settled here a little bit more, because for the longevity of the organization, we have to keep the talent as best we can.
Yeah. Okay. Any other thoughts?
This question reminded me of a position that we're recruiting for now. And I think one of the speakers earlier today talked about the importance of promoting what your organization has that may be at no cost or low cost. And so for this particular position, we have 40 applicants right now. I think we're going to narrow it down to 10, but I would definitely think that those 10, if we interview 4, I'm sure they're probably vetting other offers. And so I think it's going to be imperative that we have a strategy from the beginning to recognize what we offer in my university that maybe some other employers don't. And while it may not be monetary, there could be some other benefits like a gym membership, the tuition assistance program. If your dependents want to enroll in the school, that there's a process for that where they may be able to educate their children for a discounted rate. So I think that the speaker this morning mentioned that, and that's what this question 3 reminds me of, that we've got to think strategically about what we can offer to employees to make them want to come with us as opposed to another organization. Because I think there's going to be a bidding war actually for talent.
And honestly, just from friends of mine, because I am in your area, I'm in Newport News, the idea that I have friends who've gone to different university positions, and they've chosen the position where the tuition help starts in 6 months versus 2 years employment. That was enough to, and that's not a cost to the university necessarily, but that could make a big difference in somebody who's applying for a position.
Right.
Yeah, I know at my college, the fact that there is tuition exchange available for college is just such a huge thing that's sold that, it's like, well, remember, your kids can go to school for free. And unfortunately, my daughter decided to go to a different school, but a school that wasn't on the list, which is fine because she's happy there. So that's what matters. But that's like that's a big deal. And that's really emphasized to us as people are applying and as people work through the levels of seniority there, that remember your kids can go to school for free, and that's a huge benefit.
Can I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
Just in follow up to that, I'd just like to hear what folks have to say about it. What's the downside of doing something like that? Actually, Mark mentioned, see what your organization offers and how you could bring that into the benefits as an economical way of attracting them without increasing salaries and so forth. I guess my question is whether you need to be careful doing that, and that is prompted by the example that Rosemary just gave. I don't know that, well, depending on what level you are at the organization, if you're counting on employees being attracted by the option, but not too many of them actually taking advantage of it, then you're okay. But if everybody comes in and sends their kids to Yale, you're going to be stuck.
Which is not on the exchange.
You're going to be stuck with a pretty big bill. I have a distant cousin, kind of a remote cousin-in-law in England that wrote a book, and he coined this term distant elephants, meaning things that you promise because they're not going to come due for quite a while, and so you're less reluctant to offer them or to commit to them. But I just wonder, are there benefits in this category that actually could come back and bite you if you're not careful?
Well, some of what I think it was Mark who said, there's gym memberships, you can join, like, was he talking about, I guess he worked for the Y or something.
92nd Street Y, yeah.
Yeah. So, so you get a gym membership. So some of it's not going to, some of it everybody will take advantage of, and that's not a big deal.
No, and that's very cheap because it doesn't really add much to your
Right.
cost.
Uh-huh.
We offer all of our employees, as long as you're at a certain level of hours, you get a membership to all of our facilities. You can come to any event or anything, includes for your entire family. And then there's a discount in a 75% discount in camps and early childhood, which can go a long way when you're considering. I mean, trust me, $50 a week to send my kid to summer camp, sign them up.
And that's all they pay.
And for years, that's all I've had to pay as an employee.
Wow. Wow.
And that's pretty cheap unless the camps are running, at maximum capacity, and you're accommodating an employee's child at low cost when you could be making more money with an outside camper. But that's less likely. But I don't know. I mean, is there like a type of insurance that might, if something untoward happened, it was sticking with a large bill later? I mean, it's related to resilience because there could be hidden costs that you don't want to, hit you all of a sudden at some point in the future. But
Well,
I'm just asking.
I don't know enough about it, but I do think, though, from a budget standpoint, if a university employee is enrolled in a graduate program, I don't believe that they're not charged the full price. So therefore, there is a financial impact because you don't obtain the same revenue that you would from a student who is not employed by the university and is paying for the full cost of the class.
Right.
So, I would imagine that, there's some formula somewhere that kind of, is in place where you don't want your whole class of students for first year, master's level students to all be employees.
Right.
To be honest, because then that class may not necessarily be generating the revenue needed to cover the cost of the course, the professor, and all of the other costs associated with the class.
Right. And I expect that happens. I even know of some examples that might be true. Either that there's there's a variable cost that the organization bears as a result of each person taking advantage of it, or you got so many people taking advantage of the benefit that you preclude taking people that can, pay the full cost from the outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And
I was just trying to get my my dad to take an online course through Ursuline, and I was told that basically those spots are, and he would be a lifelong learner, and those spots are only open if there's empty spaces in the class.
Okay.
So that's kind of their insurance policy there. Like, yes, we have this, but only if everybody else signs up and there's spots.
Okay. Yeah, that makes
Tracy,
sense.
I'm sorry to cut you off there.
Oh, no, that's all I was going to say. Other than I know too, in higher ed also, I mean, even there have been discussions among students in regards to, why am I paying the same price for an online class than I'm paying for a face-to-face course? I mean, so these kinds of financial considerations are definitely being discussed because students feel that I'm not coming to campus, I'm not I'm not taking advantage of all of the other resources that are available. So they all feel that in some ways, the online class should be less expensive than the face-to-face class that they're in, which is the larger discussion about tuition. And
Yeah, that's a huge.
Right. We have had to go back on some of the things, as at one point we looked into, now that COVID has happened, we're pretty permanent in keeping a kindergarten on our campus, even though we traditionally have only ever gone to pre-K. But at one point when we were looking into expanding into kindergarten, the only people who are going to be sending their kids to our private kindergarten class were going to be employees. And it just did not make economic sense at that point in time. And so we didn't move forward with it. I think the pandemic has changed that for people. They want their kids in a smaller, controlled environment.
Right. Yeah, I mean, in the extreme, you follow this logic, you've got an organization that basically is serving its own employees. And there's something pretty unsustainable about that.
Okay, so how can you leverage the mixed motives of potential workers to more effectively respond to changes in your organization faces? For example, during the pandemic, many people drew upon altruistic motives to begin volunteering and helping those in need. I don't know, any thoughts about how to kind of leverage these different motives to make your organization be more resilient?
Well, I mean, in a crisis, I mean, we sort of start out with the notion that maybe a lot of nonprofits can get away with, what used to be called a labor donation. That is, they don't quite pay market rates because there are certain benefits that staff feel that they get just by simply working for the organization, feeling good about what they do, or maybe having access to certain facilities and benefits. Um, so there's some level of that even in good times, and I suppose in terms of resilience, if you've got that motivation, then when push comes to shove, you could lean on it a little bit more in the short run to ask people to take more of a financial sacrifice on behalf of the organization. So you sort of pushing it to see how important that really is to people, changing the balance. But you could probably at least entertain that thought in a nonprofit a little bit more than you can in a for-profit.
I also wonder when when the pandemic started, there was a real kind of this coming together almost of people that they kept the tagline is "We're all in this together." And I realize that's not really true, because there's some people who have to go out to work, and there's some people who can sit home and be safe and work from home. But there was at least this tagline and this sense that, well, we're all going to work together. And there was, people drawing pictures on the sidewalk for the delivery people. And, people just kind of, the altruism just sort of came out where it might not have been before. So I'm wondering if that's part of what was going on. I think that's all I have. So what's going to happen if I end a half hour early? Is that a
Nothing.
problem?
It probably, actually the way we've scheduled these things, it's a bit of an arduous day if you take the whole time, and we've done that sometimes and not others. I mean, I think the going until 4 o'clock is an outside limit. So
Oh, okay.
whenever we're happy about wrapping this up, there's no prohibition about that, as long as.
There we go. Okay, so there's this follow-up exercise that I proposed, and it would involve, this would be something you would do on your own. And it's basically interview several employees at your organization and ask them what motivates them to do their best work for your organization. What is it that discourages them from doing their best work? What would it take to motivate them to work even harder? and what issues of work-life balance are most pressing as they work for you. And then secondly, share your findings with the human resource professionals and discuss if some changes would improve morale and productivity at your organization. So that would be my follow-up exercise. Does that sound like anything anyone would do?
And this would be, you know, if people are interested in getting credit for this module toward the certificate, they would turn this in writing into you. And then we could, you know, we could record that. So it's voluntary.
It's voluntary. I guess I didn't think of it as like a final exam thing. I thought of it as just something for them to go back and
Well,
do.
but yeah, but each of the modules has a voluntary assignment,
Okay,
you know, which the instructor will read and provide feedback, and then let us know if, you know, the person wants credit for the module toward, you know, toward the certification. So
well, I suppose, would this be okay to use this as for the certification, or is it too? I was thinking of it more as something to bring to your organization.
Okay.
I guess maybe I didn't. Do you want me to write something separate and then send it out? Would that be better?
Rosemary, there's two of our students that are going to pursue the certification.
Uh-huh.
They're going, neither one could attend today for personal reasons.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to review the video, and if the attachments, they have the attachments, and I believe this is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So they only need 5 courses and 5 projects to qualify for the certification. So they may choose to do it.
Okay, well, if they do this and want to hand it to me, I would certainly be willing to review it and decide whether or not it would get the credit for the class. I guess I was thinking when I wrote this of it being more of something to bring back to your organization.
sure.
Rather than to do as a final exam kind of thing.
Well, the two aren't mutually exclusive. I don't.
No,
I
no.
mean, actually, this is a little bit more than, you know, than the other instructors I think have asked for.
Oh,
But-
okay.
But if they want to do this or something like this and
Oh.
write it up as a couple of pages, yeah, that would,
That would be
Yeah.
fine.
yeah,
Absolutely
Exactly.
fine.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I misunderstood about what I was trying to leave people with to do. I didn't realize, whatever. It's being recorded, so I'll be quiet. I'm
Well,
sorry.
no, it serves both purposes. That's fine.
Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Because I think these are the kind of questions that an organization can ask of itself in terms of nonprofit resilience. Mm.
I think I'm looking forward to doing this. I like the idea that I'm going to be engaging other people and especially other employees in the fact finding, instead of just kind of going through a chart and figuring out where my organization lacks. So I'm looking forward to this.
Great.
Okay. Okay, so it's something that you think people would do then? Okay. Okay, and let's see, conclusion. So what ideas have you learned from this seminar and/or your colleagues? And where can you apply them to your organization? And how might these discussions, it should be discussions, change how you address future crises? Any thoughts on any of those?
In other words, what are your takeaways?
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say that in teaching in a nonprofit human resource management kind of course, hearing the 2 guest speakers in particular as they related to their own day-to-day operations within their organizations as related to nonprofit and some of the struggles from the pandemic, it parallels some of those experiences that we hear from our students.
Mhm.
And it can be incorporated into what I teach, these experiences. And
Mhm.
the whole resilience piece is something I think that is huge. And I don't think we've spent as much time discussing that part. And this whole conference kind of highlights that for me as a takeaway that I can share with students and help them come up with resilient strategies within their own organizations. So that's my major takeaway, I think.
No, that's good. And of course, the whole series is about resilience. So, I mean, that concept is developed, you know, along various lines in other modules too.
Right.
For me, the takeaway is hearing from the practitioners that are in the field what some of those challenges were and how they met those challenges. And so I could see this information used to generate a class discussion and some scenarios about, you know, how would you handle this situation? Just as you mentioned, Dennis, about even the cross the board pay cut, what are the implications on that for your highest level employee and your lowest level employee? You know, what message does that send to the organization? And is that message received by all the same way as it was intended, or do people perceive that differently? So I think that I've learned about some great examples that I could use in the course to kind of talk about resilience and what it means and how some of the nonprofits have responded and are continue to respond to being resilient as well.
You know, I'd kind of second that because I think it's practice that's teaching academia in this experience. I mean, it's amazing what kind of creativity and adaptiveness nonprofits have exhibited, you know, in this whole situation. And you know, I think we really need to learn from that.
I liked what
Born
Mark
of necessity.
Right, exactly.
You know, really, it's not theory. It's that this is what they did because
They did,
had to,
right,
and they
exactly.
figured it out. Yeah, and we should learn from that. So, you know, we can.
And I
apply
also
to
think
future.
the quick decision making, you know, sometimes in some organizations, we spend so much time thinking about what we need to do and talking to each other. But I think the nonprofits have been put in a situation where they had to act because services would be jeopardized if they didn't act. So I even think there's a decision-making model that could maybe lend itself to this type of resilience as well.
Interesting.
I like what Mark said about how, I'm trying to remember, I guess they knew what to do with COVID because of Hurricane Harvey.
Yeah,
Was it-
yeah.
I
That's
think
right.
it was Hurricane Harvey, one of the hurricanes.
Several of them.
Ida,
Yeah.
right.
Or maybe it was Ida, yeah. So the previous tragedies had taught them what to do now. And so they actually knew what they were doing. And I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, actually, I think our last module, Rob Fisher is going to present it, and it's all about, you know, red flags and stress tests, what you have to, you know, kind of monitor before and during a crisis. But if I have this correctly, you know, he's basically saying that in order to be resilient, you have to be a learning organization. And that means, you know, really evaluating the experiences that you've had and what you've learned on each situation that you can apply in some general way for the future. So that, you know, just being a learning organization is an important concept.
Oh.
But he's going to develop that more at the end of the series.
Okay.
Great.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I've just really had a good time talking to all of you. I hope you got something out of this, and I hope that it was kind of fun. My students always laugh when I ask them, "Wasn't this fun?" And they're just like, "No." But it's different teaching like people who have jobs and a commitment into this. So I appreciate you coming, and I hope Dennis, am I allowed to drop into some of the other seminars?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. I
Yeah.
may try to do that, especially the one you were talking about, the red flags and stress tests. That sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, I want to thank everybody, and we do have a link for an evaluation. It's a very quick online evaluation. We'll send it to you. probably early in the week.
Mm.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Everyone enjoyed me.